Chapter 560. The war between star domains was everyone's business. Regardless of whether it was the Day-Night clan, the Sword sect, or the various weaves of the Outerverse, they were all required to send people to participate. Thus, Ironblood Weave was filled with cultivators from various powers. These cultivators only had one goal, which was to slaughter astral beasts and control the battlefield within Ironblood Weave. The human domain's innerverse and outerverse had been separated due to the changes in the weather, and these changes had not only affected the human domain, but also the astral beast domain, the technocracy, and even the astral wilderness. Many things had been disrupted, but the war had not stopped. The war fortress that connected Ironblood Weave and the astral beast domain was known as Ironblood Fortress. Ironblood Fortress was the closest fortress to the astral beast domain, and it was also a fortress where war would never end. This fortress was made up of 1,800 planets, and each planet was connected by soil. Countless war weapons were placed on these planets and aimed at the astral beast domain. Ever since Ironblood Fort had been established, more than 1,000 planets had been dyed red with blood. Countless years had passed and the war had never stopped. Erudite Flowzone's border battlefield was blocked by the Astral River, which meant that the human domain had placed the battlefield on the astral beast domain's side. Thus, they had not formed an overly large war fortress. Instead, they had lined up countless planets so that even if they were breached, the astral beasts would still have to find a way to cross the Astral River. However, things were different here. Once Ironblood Fort was breached, Ironblood Weave would be right behind it, which was human territory. The connection between the astral beast domain and Ironblood Weave was not very large, and it happened to be blocked by Ironblood Fort. Countless astral beasts roared as they charged out of the void towards Ironblood Fort's planets. They were first swept away by weapons, and those who did not die were replaced by human cultivators. Every day many people died here and many astral beasts were buried here. This place was even crueler than Erudite Flowzone's border battlefield. The days of war repeated themselves, and the cultivators in Ironblood Weave could no longer be considered pure cultivators. They were more like soldiers who protected humanity. At Ironblood Fort, countless void wanderers tore through space and sent all sorts of astral beasts to the planets within the fortress. Even if the weather had changed, the void wanderers could still tear through the void, as this was their innate gift. Soldiers fell one after another and another took their place. Layers upon layers of corpses were piled up. Generally speaking, a battle would last for at most 7 days. After resting for 1 or 2 days, the battle would resume once again. However, this battle had already lasted for 10 days, and there were still no signs of it stopping. The Void Wanderers had appeared once again, and they had brought even more mutant beasts with them. The closer they got to the center of the stronghold, the more desperate the battle became. Here, Limeters were nothing more than cannon fodder, and only space-exploring powerhouses had a chance of surviving. On the ground, all sorts of strange weapons were being used to slaughter mutant beasts. This was the Sun family's mechanical arts. Sun Chong panted heavily as he watched the Void Wanderers appear in front of him. He raised his hand to attack, but he was blocked by one of the mutant beasts. Human, from today onwards, this stronghold will cease to exist. Sun Chong's expression changed. The Ironblood Fortress isn't something you can destroy. Humans, you're too arrogant. Die. The beast then opened its mouth and bit at Sun Chong. Sun Chong was a hunter, but the astral beast was also a hunter. Their battle caused the planet to become unstable. Closer to the center of the stronghold, battles between hunters were not rare, and there were even battles between enlighters at the very center of the stronghold. This battle was even more brutal than the border battles in the Erudite Flow Zone. Within the stronghold, a middle-aged man was coldly watching a screen. On the screen was an enlighter realm astral beast battling with a Day-Night man. The Day-Night man was also an enlighter, and their battle had caused the planet to crumble. The void tore open and a man walked out with an anxious expression. General Fei, it's just as you guessed. This battle isn't going well. The middle-aged man was the commander of Ironblood Fortress, and he was known as General Fei. No one knew his real name, but he had been overseeing this stronghold for over 1,000 years. The human domain's innerverse and outerverse have been separated, but the astral beast domain hasn't. They've started to shift their main forces here. They want to charge into the outerverse from here and merge the outerverse with the astral beast domain. The man's expression turned ugly. That's right. The astral beast domain has broken the peace agreement and is planning to invade the outerverse from here. The innerverse and outerverse have been separated, and who knows how long it will take for the outerverse to recover. By then, the outerverse will have been occupied by the astral beast domain, and the humans will only have the innerverse and neoverse left. It will be very difficult to reclaim the outerverse. General Fei looked up with a complicated expression. I've already guessed this the moment the innerverse and outerverse were separated. Not only the astral beast domain, but the technocracy will also invade the outerverse from the west. Unless the innerverse and outerverse recover, the outerverse will fall into the hands of the astral beast domain and technocracy sooner or later. The man fell silent. Although he did not want to accept it, it was the truth. Back when the innerverse and outerverse had been normal, most of the astral beast domain's forces had been tied down in the innerverse. Although the border battles in the innerverse were not as brutal, there were many experts there, and the astral beast domain had not dared to be careless. But now the human domain had been separated from the innerverse, and as long as the astral beast domain did not start a war with the human domain, they would be able to shift their main forces here. The innerverse would also not know that the astral beast domain had broken the peace agreement. As long as the border battles in the innerverse did not break out, the astral beast domain would not have to worry, and they would be able to invade the outerverse. It could only be said that the heavens were toying with them, and it just so happened that the innerverse and outerverse had been separated after the peace agreement was reached. If the peace agreement had not been reached, the astral beast domain would have continued to place their main forces in the innerverse, and they would not have invaded the outerverse on such a large scale. Is there really nothing we can do? The man asked. His name was Meng Ninga, and he was an enlighter from the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone's Divine Great Hall. He was also one of the experts in Iron Blood Fort who was second only to General Fei. General Fei's gaze turned cold. There's only one way, and that is to request for reinforcements. Gather all the weaves in the outerverse to unite and resist the astral beast domain's invasion. Meng Ninga's gaze turned cold. I'll ask for reinforcements right away. General Fei looked at the screen. There are too few experts in the outerverse. Once the astral beast domain mobilizes an old monster with a power level in the hundreds of thousands, the outerverse will not be able to stop them. We can only hope that the innerverse and outerverse recover quickly. Otherwise, who knows how many people will die. No matter what, even if the entire human race in the outerverse is wiped out, we will definitely die before them, Meng Ninga said resolutely. Shinwu Continent's space station. Ever since the outerverse trial, Lu Yin had not visited it again. He had thought that it would be several years before he could return, but he had not expected it to be so soon. The space station now looked much larger than before, and there were also many more experts. Lu Yin could already tell from the spacecraft that there were no less than 5 hunters in the space station. The Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu had allied with the powers from outside the outerverse, and this had given many powers hope of reclaiming Shinwu Continent. Now the main power in charge of reclaiming Shinwu Continent was no longer those from Dark Mist Weave, but rather the Day-Night clan. Ming Zhaoshu had deliberately released Zhanlong Day-Night, and he had reached some sort of agreement with the Day-Night clan. There were many more Day-Night clan members in the space station, and some of them had participated in the contest on planet Pyrolite. There were also some who had arrived at the space station before the contest on planet Pyrolite. Lu Yin's sudden appearance was something that no one had expected. Shinwu Continent was hidden in a different space, and although it was attractive to many powers, it had nothing to do with Lu Yin. At most he had participated in the Outerverse trial, but now he was here again. Lu Yin's relationship with the Day-Night clan was not good. If not for Night King Yuanjing with Night Queen Yanqing's influence, the Day-Night clan would have already made a move on Frostwave Weave. The Day-Night clan members who had come to Shinwu Continent space station were all aware of this. Now that the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, Night King Yuanjing could not interfere with the Outerverse's affairs. If possible, these Day-Night clan members would have liked to kill Lu Yin, but they did not dare to do so. Lu Yin had already killed 2 Enlighters, and such a record made them panic. The person who received Lu Yin was no longer an explorer, but a hunter from the space station. He was also one of the people in charge of the space station, Tyrael. He was also the one who had sent Lu Yin and the others to Shinwu Continent. Lu Yin walked out of the cabin and met Wendy's eyes. In front of him, Tyrael tore through the void and warmly greeted Lu Yin. "Student Lu, welcome to Shinwu Continent's space station." Lu Yin smiled. Senior Tyrael, sorry to disturb you. He then introduced Wendy to Tyrael. When he heard Wendy's name, Tyrael was shocked. Everyone in the eastern weaves of the Outerverse knew that Wendy Yushan had grasped a secret technique, and everyone coveted it and wanted to steal it. However, they were all afraid of Lu Yin's methods. He had not expected Lu Yin to bring this woman around, and his confidence shocked Tyrael. So it's Counselor Wendy. I've heard so much about you, Tyrael said with a smile. Wendy Yushan nodded with a calm expression. Tyrael did not mind. Wendy Yushan was a counselor of the Outerverse Council and the senior disciple of the Innerverse Myriad Swords Peak. She was also a popular person in the 10 Arbiters Council, and now that she had grasped a secret technique, it was understandable for someone like her to be arrogant. Tyrael brought Lu Yin and Wendy around the space station while trying to find out Lu Yin's purpose for coming here. Lu Yin casually answered, I'm bored. There's too much government work and I want to relax a little. Tyrael smiled as it would be absurd to believe that. So many powerhouses were keeping an eye on these two, and there were already several hunters in this space station who wanted to make a move against them. Only a fool would believe that Lu Yin had come out to relax. Lu Yin also learned from Tyrael that news of the battle between San Dios and Shuda Planet had not spread. He relaxed slightly as Top Mist had not publicized his methods, which gave him some confidence. However, he still hoped that the details of the battle at San Dios would spread so that the other Enlighters would be even more apprehensive. By the way, Senior Tyrael, I heard that Shenwu Continent's Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu is cooperating with us? Lu Yin asked curiously. Tyrael nodded. Ming Zhaoshu is a very scheming person. He took advantage of Ming Zhaotian being injured by Arbiter when to break through and fight to a draw with Ming Zhaotian. He comprehended a force field and is very powerful. He's been hiding for many years, but when he erupted he immediately split the Shenwu continent apart. The Shenwu Empire can't do anything to him. The smartest thing to do is to cooperate with us. With us providing an endless supply of experts, it would be strange for him to be afraid of the Shenwu Empire. Lu Yin smiled. Tyrael was disgusted by Lu Yin's words. Lu Yin kept referring to them as us, which had nothing to do with him. However, Tyrael was also afraid of Lu Yin's methods, so he did not say anything else. Chapter 561. Tyrael brought the two of them to the place where they could directly observe the 5 sealing planets. This was also the place where they had requested to meet when Xianxia to assess their results. That was the place where they could directly attack Shenwu continent. Over the years, many experts from Dark Mistweave had shed blood there, and that was how the 5 sealing planets had become famous. Along the way, Lu Yin did not encounter any day-night clansmen. They seemed to have been forbidden from approaching him except for one, Zhanlong Day-Night. Lu Yin had not expected to see Zhanlong Day-Night here. He had received news that the Day-Night clan had occupied the eastern weave of Dark Mist Weave. Zhanlong Day-Night had not followed Night Queen Chuyu, but he had appeared here instead. It seemed that the gap between the Night King bloodline and the ordinary Day-Night clansman was quite large. No matter how bad Night Queen Yanqing's performance was, she would always be by Night Queen Chuyu's side. Every time Zhanlong Day-Night saw Lu Yin, he felt something new. The first time had been on Shenwu continent, where he had felt that their strength was about the same. Although his day-night restoration technique had been suppressed, it had not been too obvious. The second time had been at the Tower of Resonating Light, and he had been easily defeated by Lu Yin. The third time had been on planet Pyrolite, where Zhanlong Day-Night had experienced the hopeless gap between them. This time Zhanlong Day-Night was speechless, as Lu Yin seemed to have killed quite a few Enlighters. No matter what method Lu Yin had used, even if he had relied on external items, it was a testament to Lu Yin's strength. Zhanlong Day-Night could not help but meet him, not because he wanted to do anything, but because he wanted to see Lu Yin up close and see if he had become stronger. The results made him feel slightly better, as Lu Yin's aura had not changed much. It was still the same, which meant that the gap between them had not widened, and Zhanlong Day-Night still had a chance to catch up. The two brushed past each other. Zhanlong Day-Night did not speak and Lu Yin did not speak to him either. In this place they did not have much interaction. As he looked at the 5 sealing planets, Lu Yin was shocked. He could see a boundless amount of rune lines, which far surpassed that of any Enlighter he had ever seen. These rune lines probably had a power level of close to 300,000. It was no wonder why it had been able to withstand an Enlighter's attack. But how had Xianxia been able to affect Shenwu continent through the 5 sealing planets? Lu Yin did not understand. He had thought that the 5 sealing planets would not be able to stop Xianxia, but now it seemed like they could. Xianxia had still been able to affect Shenwu continent. This was the might of the 10 arbiters. Is this the Outerverse trial grounds? Wendy Yushan asked as she sized up the 5 sealing planets. Lu Yin nodded. How is it? It's shocking, isn't it? A single continent is blocking an entire weave, and even the great powers of the Innerverse are helpless against it. Wendy Yushan nodded. Very shocking. I've always been curious. What's the situation with this alternate space? The so-called alternate dimension is actually equivalent to a parallel universe. Parallel universe? Lu Yin did not understand. Tyrael explained, according to some scholars' investigations, all the spaces that don't belong to this universe are called parallel universes. You can think of parallel universes and our universe as countless horizontal lines that don't intersect with each other. However, there will occasionally be some changes that will cause them to intersect. This Shenwu continent was born because an Enlighter tore through the void, which allowed it to intersect with our universe. Senior, are you saying that there are many parallel universes? Tyria replied, I'm not sure. Shouldn't parallel universes be exactly the same universe? Perhaps there's a difference in time? Wendy Yushan asked. Tyria shrugged. There are many theories, but none of them are completely correct. However, it's impossible for the universe to be exactly the same as the one you mentioned. At most, there are fixed regions that are exactly the same. Please enlighten me, Senior, Lu Yin said respectfully. Tyria explained, for example, if your Great U Empire's Xenu star exists in a parallel universe, then there might be an identical Xenu star in that parallel universe, but there won't be an identical Frostwave weave. The Xenu star in that parallel universe is very small, and it might include nearby planets or even a domain. However, it can't be an entire universe, and the people on Xenu star can't explore the universe unless they tear through the void and arrive at this universe. So you're saying that if we're lucky enough to tear through that space and that space just so happens to exist in a parallel universe, then we can see another Xenu star with people who look exactly like us? Lu Yin was shocked. Tyria nodded. Xenu star will appear, but there won't be people who look exactly like us. That's because the parallel universe doesn't encompass the entire universe. So people who come from very distant places won't appear on the Xenu star in the parallel universe. Lu Yin understood. This theory meant that there were only a few places in the universe that had parallel universes. Parallel universes were like cages, and if the creatures in the parallel universe wanted to leave, they would have to tear through the void and arrive at the parallel universe. To be honest, Lu Yin didn't believe it, and he felt that Tyria was spouting nonsense. If there really was a parallel universe, then there would be one that was exactly the same. There would be Lu Yin, Wendy Yushan, the 10 arbiters, and everyone else. It was impossible for a parallel universe to only have one planet. That was just a cage. There might be things that are exactly the same in a parallel universe, but there might also be things that are different. For example, Shenwu continent space was originally an asteroid belt, but that Enlighter on the mainland basically dragged Shenwu continent out of a parallel universe, Tyria explained. Lu Yin suddenly asked, Senior, how are you so sure that our space isn't a parallel universe? Perhaps our universe's area is very small compared to the real universe. Tyria laughed. That's impossible. Our universe is too big. It's so big that it's boundless. If someone from a parallel universe tore through the void, would that person arrive at our universe? Wendy Yushan asked. Tyria muttered to himself, maybe, maybe not. Nobody knows how many parallel universes there are. Perhaps there are countless of them. Some parallel universes include the planets around them, but their area is very small. Some parallel universes can encompass an entire domain, while others can encompass an entire weave. No one can say for sure. After chatting with Tyria for a long time, Lu Yin became very interested in the concept of parallel universes. He wondered if there really was a parallel universe, then would there be someone who looked exactly like him? If that parallel universe was very large, then would his life's trajectory be the same as this universe's? He would lose his memories, go to Earth, participate in Astral 10's entrance exam, and so on. Unfortunately, the concept of parallel universes was not accurate. There were at least tens of thousands of theories in the universe, and countless scientists had researched parallel universes. However, none of their theories were convincing. It was still too early for humans to study the universe. By the way, Senior, has anyone from Shenwu continent come out? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Tyria replied, of course. We've captured many people from Shenwu continent over the years, but they aren't of much value. We understand the situation there very well. Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu didn't send anyone to discuss the details of the cooperation with you? Lu Yin asked. Tyria's eyes flashed and he muttered. He did, but that person was taken away by the Day-Night clan. No one can see him. Who? Lu Yin was curious. Someone called Don Si, Talia said. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Take me to him. Tyria smiled bitterly. Student Lu Tangxi was taken away by the Day-Night clan. We can't see him. That's fine. Take me to the Day-Night clan, Lu Yin said. Wendy Yushan glanced at him. Tyria's expression was awkward, but he still nodded. If Lu Yin was just an ordinary Lemiter, he wouldn't even meet him. If Lu Yin dared to speak to him in such a manner, Tyria would have slapped him. However, Lu Yin was someone who had killed an enlighter, and Tyria didn't want to offend such a ruthless person. Although the space station was large, Tyria could tear through the void. Not long after, he brought Lu Yin and Wendy Yushan to the Day-Night clan's district. Coincidentally, Zhanlong Day-Night had just returned and bumped into Lu Yin. He was curious as to why Lu Yin had come to the Day-Night clan's district. Please inform Madame Mylan that Tyria has brought Lu Yin and Wendy Yushan to visit, Tyria said politely to the Day-Night clan's gatekeeper. The Day-Night clan was arrogant, and even though the gatekeeper was only a Lemiter, he was still arrogant in front of Tyria. Wait. Tyria wasn't angry as he was just a hunter from the Dark Mist Weave's 9 allied nations. He didn't have the right to be arrogant in front of a powerhouse from the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin looked around and through his eyes he could see that there were at least 3 hunters within the Day-Night clan. They truly lived up to their reputation as one of the strongest clans in the universe, as they could casually dispatch 3 hunters. The entire Great Yu Empire only had 3 hunters in total. After waiting for a while, the gatekeeper came out. Madam is resting. You can come back in a few hours. Tyria was put in a difficult position. Lu Yin frowned and suddenly kicked out, sending the Day-Night clan's gatekeeper flying and crashing into the gate. The other gatekeeper was furious. How dare you? Lu Yin casually slapped the gatekeeper unconscious and walked inside. Tyria's eyes flickered. Lu Yin was indeed confident as he had actually made a move. Lu Yin had come here to observe the situation on Shenwu continent so that he could make early preparations. He also wanted to show off his strength. The more afraid he was, the more people would come looking for trouble. He needed to show off his strength as an enlighter in order to intimidate the enlighters who were secretly plotting against Wendy Yushan. Otherwise, there would only be an endless stream of trouble. The alarm sounded, and the Day-Night clan members appeared one by one and surrounded Lu Yin's group. Tyria stepped forward to explain, but Wendy Yushan pulled out her sword and sent out a wave of sword chi. One of the Day-Night clan members immediately stepped forward to block the attack, but his arms were torn apart and his blood stained the ground. The surrounding Day-Night clan members no longer dared to make a ruckus. Wendy Yushan's strength was enough to crush an ordinary cruiser. Zhanlong Day-Night hurriedly stepped forward. Lu Yin, what are you doing? Lu Yin glanced at him. I want to see Tangxi. Zhanlong Day-Night frowned. Don't be rash. Elder Chuyu is about to arrive. Lu Yin raised his brows. Night Queen Chuyu was coming? He glanced at Tyria and saw that the man's expression was unnatural. He immediately understood that Tyria was from the Dark Mist Weave and was a predator who coveted Shenwu continent. He wasn't a good person, and he hadn't told Lu Yin that Night Queen Chuyu was coming because he wanted to see how Lu Yin would face an enlighter. Chapter 562. It was no wonder why Lu Yin had been so patient when discussing the parallel universe with him. Tyrion had found it strange that Lu Yin had been so patient with him. Tyrion pretended to be surprised. What? Elder Chuyu is coming? He then looked at Lu Yin. Student Lu, an enlighter is coming. I think you should leave quickly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Through the rune lines in his eyes, he could already see that the 3 Day-Night clan hunters had arrived, but they had all hidden themselves. If he retreated now, Night Queen Chuyu would definitely cause trouble for him in the Great Yu Empire. Leave? Leave where? If Night Queen Chuyu comes, then so be it. It doesn't matter, Lu Yin said. Tyrion's heart skipped a beat, as Lu Yin's confidence was greater than he had imagined. An enlighter from the Night King clan could not be compared to an ordinary enlighter, but Lu Yin was unafraid. Clap 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 clap. There was a round of applause and everyone looked over. A beautiful middle-aged woman slowly walked out and smiled at Lu Yin. As expected of the strongest Lemeter in the universe. How bold. The surrounding Day-Night clan members all bowed. Madam. Tyrion hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Madam Mylan, I'm sorry to disturb you. Student Lu was just anxious and did not do it on purpose. The middle-aged woman was Madam Mylan Day-Night, a hunter with a power level of 160,000. She was also the strongest hunter in the space station. Madam Mylan looked at Lu Yin with admiration and ignored Tyrion. Student Lu, I've heard a lot about you. I'm Mylan Day-Night. Lu Yin nodded. Madam, have you rested well? Madam Mylan giggled. You're young but you have quite a temper. Student Lu, I'm still an elder and I'm also a woman. She moved closer to Lu Yin and her fragrance assailed his nostrils. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Madam, I advise you not to get close to me. Otherwise, I don't know what I'll do. The surrounding Day-Night clan members all shouted angrily at Lu Yin's words. Madam Mylan stopped and raised a hand to stop them. She looked at Lu Yin with interest. Student Lu, why are you looking for me? Lu Yin looked in a certain direction. Have Tang Si come see me. Tang Si has a grudge against Student Lu? I almost forgot that Student Lu participated in the Outerverse trial and went to Shinwu continent, Mylan Day-Night said. She appeared calm on the surface but her heart was filled with intense shock. The direction that Lu Yin was looking in was where Tang Si was. How did he know? It was definitely not a coincidence. At this moment Mylan Day-Night felt that Lu Yin was rather mysterious. It was no wonder why he had been able to kill an enlighter. This youth's methods were extraordinary. You don't need to know why I'm looking for him. Tell him to come see me. Don't worry, I won't hurt him. Mylan Day-Night muttered to herself for a moment before saying, all right then. I have to give Student Lu some face. She then dismissed the Day-Night clan members around her and had someone bring Tang Si over. In the shadows, there were two Day-Night clan hunters keeping an eye on them. Lu Yin looked at them. Madam, I'm speaking to Tang Si and I don't wish for anyone to monitor me. Madam Mylan smiled and dismissed the two hunters. As for Tyrion, he left as well. Lu Yin loathed the man but he did not show it. This person was overseeing the space station and he might be useful in the future. Tang Si came out and immediately saw the beautiful and heroic Wendy Yushan. He was stunned by her beauty and aura and then he saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin had put on his universal armor when he had entered the space station, but now he had taken it off. Tang Si was shocked. You're Lu 7? Wendy Yushan raised her brows and looked at him strangely. Lu 7? Lu Yin looked at Tang Si. Long time no see. Tang Si had a complicated expression as he had not expected to see Lu Yin here. During the battle at the Tower of Resonating Light, this person had left Zhanlong Day-Night to him. It had been almost 2 years since then. You're from the Day-Night clan? Tang Si was surprised. Lu Yin shook his head. You know who I am. There's no need to test me. Why would the Day-Night clan want me to meet you? If you're not from the Day-Night clan, then they wouldn't let us meet. Tang Si was puzzled. Lu Yin's lips curled up. That's not up to them. If I say I'll meet you, then I'll meet you. Tang Si's eyes flashed and he looked Lu Yin up and down. Although Lu Yin was still a Lemeter, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. It was a pity that Tang Si could not tell. You should know about the agreement I made with the Reverend King. I'm meeting you because I want to know if that agreement is still valid. Or has the Reverend King forgotten about me because of the Day-Night clan? Lu Yin stared at Tang Si as he enunciated each word clearly. Tang Si replied, His Highness has not forgotten about you. You have a 10-year agreement and that promise is only valid for you. Lu Yin's gaze softened. How's the situation on Shinwu continent? Tang Si did not hide anything and his answer was similar to Zhanlong Day-Night's. How is she? Lu Yin looked around and asked in a low voice. His tone was complicated. Tang Si replied, She's fine but she's lost a lot of weight. In the past 2 years, the two of them had only met a limited number of times, and Lu Yin was not sure if Ming Yan still had feelings for him. Although it was difficult for women in ancient times to change their hearts, it had been a long time, and they would have to wait even longer in the future. Thus, he was a little apprehensive when he asked this question, as he was afraid of receiving an answer that he did not want to hear. Lu Yin fell silent. Wendy Yushan looked at him with a puzzled expression. After a while, Lu Yin said, "Help me tell the Reverend King that I hope he doesn't forget about our 10-year agreement. I can guarantee that I won't need 10 years but at most 5. I can make Shenwu continent openly appear in this universe. I hope that something that I don't want to see will not happen." Tang Si acknowledged in a low voice. "Also, don't hold too much hope for the Day-Night clan. The inner verse and outer verse have already been separated. Without the inner verse, Shenwu continent can use the 5 sealing planets to defend itself. It won't be too difficult." Tang Si was shocked. "The inner verse and outer verse have been separated? You didn't know?" Lu Yin was surprised. Tang Si shook his head. "Well, when did this happen?" "It's been a while," Lu Yin replied. Tang Si's eyes flickered but no one knew what he was thinking. Lu Yin frowned. These people had deliberately hidden this from Tang Si and used the might of the inner verse to cooperate with Ming Zhaoshu. Now that Tang Si knew that the inner verse and outer verse had been separated, would the Day-Night clan let him go? When he thought of this, Lu Yin immediately called for Tyrael. "Senior, please send Tang Si back to Shenwu continent." Tyrael was put in a difficult position. "Student Lu, that won't do. Night Queen Chuyu specifically requested to meet this person. If you send him away, I'll bear all the consequences," Lu Yin said indifferently. Tyrael still did not agree. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly and he suddenly donned his universal armor. He then took out his gun and pointed it at Tyrael's head. "Senior, I don't want to force you, but I hope that you can send this person back to Shenwu continent safely. Otherwise you'll lose your head." Tyrael was shocked as he felt a sense of fatal danger. With a gun pointed at his head, his life was in someone else's hands. It was a feeling of despair, and ever since he had broken through to the Hunter realm, he had only felt this way when facing an Enlighter. At this moment he finally understood how Lu Yin had killed an Enlighter. Top Mist already knew and Lu Yin did not intend to hide it. Besides, he did not need to. The gun's power was not fixed and it could be upgraded with money. He decided that he would immediately borrow money from Madame Nayland to upgrade it a few more times. With the secret art and this gun, as long as those Enlighters were not stupid, they would not casually provoke him. Lu Yin had come here to establish his might. Tyrael was threatened by Lu Yin and he brought Tang Si outside of Shenwu continent. Mylan Day-Night and a few other hunters appeared and tried to stop them, but after Lu Yin blasted off the head of a Day-Night hunter, none of them dared to move. That shot had been headed in another direction, but it had been redirected by the secret art, and it had pierced through the head of a hunter. This scene shocked everyone. Although Lu Yin felt that it was a pity that he had wasted an attack, he had no choice but to fire it. Otherwise he would be surrounded by hunters. Mylan Day-Night stared at Lu Yin. "Student Lu, Elder Chuyu wants to meet Mr. Tang Si. Our Day-Night clan has a cooperation agreement with the Reverend King that needs to be discussed. Once the agreement is finalized, we will naturally release him. There's no need to rush. I don't like to waste my breath. Either you send him to the Reverend King's residence on Shenwu continent or..." Lu Yin looked at Tyrael. "You can die. Choose one." Tyrael's face paled. "Student Lu, I'll send him away immediately." Lu Yin smiled. "Don't play any tricks. I have a way to know if he's safely reached the Reverend King's residence." Tyrael's expression changed and he nodded. He glanced at Madame Mylan and the others before tearing open the void and sending Tang Si out. Lu Yin was very familiar with this scene. Back then he had been sent to Shenwu continent just like this and he remembered being attacked by Ming Zhaotian. Now Ming Zhaotian did not have the time to oversee the 5 sealing planets, so Ming Zhaoshu had to restrain him. "Do you really have a way to know if this person will be sent to the Reverend King's residence?" Wendy Yushan asked doubtfully. Lu Yin laughed. "Of course not. Then aren't you afraid that this person won't be sent to the Reverend King's residence and will instead be sent to Ming Zhaotian?" Wendy Yushan was curious. Lu Yin remained calm. "It doesn't matter who he's sent to. What's important is that he'll spread the news of the inner verse and outer verse being separated to Shenwu continent. Whether it's Ming Zhaotian or Ming Zhaoshu, this news will be beneficial. Either side will spread the news to the entire continent as soon as possible in order to boost Shenwu continent's morale. Wendy Yushan nodded and did not say anything else. Lu Yin did not mention that it did not matter even if Tang Xi did not make it to Shenwu continent alive. The rune lines of the 5 sealing planets were not something that an enlighter with a power level of over 200,000 could break through. Shenwu continent was very safe. What Lu Yin wanted was for Shenwu continent to be safe, and that would give him ample time. Tang Xi was sent away and Lu Yin put down his gun. Tyrael hurriedly retreated, glaring at Lu Yin with both fear and anger. Lu Yin was helpless. "Senior, I'm sorry." Tyrael looked at Lu Yin for a while and then helplessly said, "The younger generation will surpass us in time." "Thanks. The Mountain Man, thanks for your support. Thanks for everyone's support. The early stages of the plan are almost complete. Almost complete. Almost complete." Chapter 563. Lu Yin looked at the Day-Night clan members around him, and he saw that all of them were furious as if they wanted to eat him alive. There was only one exception. Madame Mylan. This beautiful middle-aged woman didn't look at him with any anger, but rather curiosity. Lu Yin did not pay her any mind as he did not have the time to do so. Boundless rune lines swept out from the darkness of outer space. The enlighter had arrived. Shenwu continent's space station trembled, and everyone could feel the pressure of an enlighter. It was a pressure that came from the depths of one's heart that made it impossible for anyone to resist. Many of the Day-Night clan members were ecstatic. "It's the Elder. The Elder has arrived." Madame Mylan's expression changed and she looked at Lu Yin with the same gaze as the other Day-Night clan members, resentful and helpless. If Lu Yin had seen her, he would have been surprised by how quickly her attitude had changed. The space station shook and even the 5 sealing planets of Shenwu continent trembled. Within the space station it began to rain, and Night Queen Chuyu appeared with an icy expression. Lu Yin's expression changed and he raised his gun. The next moment, Wendy Yushan waved her left hand and activated the Yu secret art. The bullet pierced through the rain, narrowly missing Night Queen Chuyu's neck and shooting into the depths of outer space. In an instant the rain stopped and the space station fell silent. Everyone who had witnessed this scene was shocked. Lu Yin stood in front of Wendy Yushan and stared at the old woman standing in space outside the space station. "Night Queen Chuyu." Night Queen Chuyu angrily glared at Lu Yin, and her aura distorted the heavens. "Junior, how dare you ambush me?" Lu Yin raised his head. "Senior, ambushing someone isn't something an enlighter would do." Night Queen Chuyu was shocked. "Junior, how did you know that I ambushed you?" Lu Yin's gaze was cold as he obviously did not know that Night Queen Chuyu had ambushed him. He had been looking at the rune lines and the moment the rain fell onto the space station, the entire sky was filled with rune lines. As long as there were rune lines, they represented the influence of the universe and Night Queen Chuyu's power. This rainwater could definitely attack Wendy Yushan. If Wendy Yushan was injured and could not use the Yu secret art, then he would be half crippled. "Greetings, Elder." The Day-Night clan members all bowed to Night Queen Chuyu. Night Queen Chuyu grunted in acknowledgement and stepped into the space station. She looked at Lu Yin in amazement. "Junior, your armor's defense is extremely strong. Where did you get it?" Junior has no obligation to answer Senior's questions. Junior would like to advise Senior not to attempt a sneak attack. It's useless. Once Senior makes a move, Junior's gun won't recognize anyone, Lu Yin threatened. Night Queen Chuyu sneered. "You want to threaten me with a broken spear? Even if you use a secret technique to change the direction of your attack, you still won't be able to hurt me." "Is that so? This gun can fire over 100 shots and I can fire a dozen at a time. There will always be 1 or 2 shots that will be diverted by a secret technique and hit Senior. How many shots can Senior block?" Lu Yin asked, unwilling to be outdone. Night Queen Chuyu's eyes turned cold as she glared at Lu Yin. She had personally experienced the power of this gun, and it definitely had a power level of over 250,000. She would definitely be heavily injured if she was struck by that power level, and she might even die if she was struck in the head. It was no wonder why this brat had been able to kill Karthika and Lei Long. This gun was not frightening. What was frightening was the secret technique used to divert the bullets, which was almost certain to hit the enemy. That was the most frightening aspect of the gun. Star energy surged from Wendy Yushan's body and transformed into a sharp force as she stared at Night Queen Chuyu. Mylan Day-Night and the rest surrounded Lu Yin and Wendy, and the situation was on the verge of exploding. Lu Yin's gaze was resolute as he raised his gun and casually aimed in a direction. At this moment, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Tyrael hurriedly tried to smooth things over and respectfully apologized. A Day-Night clan member walked up behind Night Queen Chuyu and whispered to her. Night Queen Chuyu glared at Lu Yin. Junior, what did you say to that person from Shenwu continent? Lu Yin did not try to hide anything. I told him that the inner verse and outer verse have been separated. Night Queen Chuyu was furious. Junior, Shenwu continent has nothing to do with you. How dare you interfere with my Day-Night clan's matters? Senior, you're wrong. Shenwu continent has nothing to do with your Day-Night clan. This is a matter for Dark Mist Weave. What do you mean by that? What about Senior? Tyrael's face. Lu Yin mocked. Tyrael's expression immediately changed. What did this have to do with him? He was innocent and he did not dare to interfere. He hurriedly smiled apologetically at Night Queen Chuyu. Senior Chuyu, about that, student Lu once went to Shenwu continent for a trial. He probably knows that person from before and accidentally blurted it out. I don't think he's trying to sabotage the Day-Night clan's plans. If he's not doing it on purpose, then why did he force you to release that person back to Shenwu continent? A Day-Night clan member shouted. This person was a hunter, and he had personally seen Lu Yin blow off the head of another Day-Night clan hunter. He was filled with hatred for Lu Yin. Tyrael explained, that's because he's afraid that he'll be silenced. He then looked at Lu Yin. Isn't that right, student Lu? Lu Yin shrugged. He say so. Tyrael was speechless. What kind of words are these? This brat really isn't afraid of enlighters. Night Queen Chuyu hated Lu Yin to the core, but she was also afraid of his gun and secret technique. Even a sneak attack would be useless, as she did not dare to guarantee that she would be able to deal with this brat. It would be troublesome if she were to be shot by this brat. Her secret technique could divert attacks for less than a second, and she could not guarantee that she would be able to dodge all of the bullets. Each bullet had a power level of over 250,000, and just thinking about it made her shiver. Madame Mylan walked behind Night Queen Chuyu and whispered something to her. Night Queen Chuyu's gaze turned cold and she snorted. She then activated her gadget to contact someone, but the surrounding Day-Night clan members continued to stare at Lu Yin with vigilance. Lu Yin did not dare to be careless as he was facing an enlighter. If he was careless he would be fine, but Wendy Yushan would be in trouble. Even if she could not be killed because of her secret technique, she would definitely be severely injured. Not long after, Night Queen Chuyu dispersed the Day-Night clan members and stared at Lu Yin threateningly. Junior, don't be too arrogant. Even the 10 arbiters weren't as arrogant as you when they were Limiters. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Were the 10 arbiters able to kill enlighters when they were Limiters? Night Queen Chuyu was furious, as this brat's words were too infuriating. Madame Mylan hurriedly stepped forward and whispered something into Lu Yin's ear. Only then did Night Queen Chuyu's anger dissipate and she growled, Junior, if you need to scram, then scram. Lu Yin frowned as he had not heard what Madame Mylan had said to Night Queen Chuyu, but he had a feeling that something big was about to happen. Madame Mylan looked at Lu Yin and smiled. Student Lu, the elders have already forgiven you for your previous actions. Please leave as you are not welcome here. Lu Yin raised his brows and wanted to say something else. The monkey hurriedly interjected, 7th bro, let's go. I'm already scared out of my wits. Once an enlighter is prepared, you won't be able to kill her. She's just temporarily intimidated by you, and as time goes on, she'll definitely find a way to deal with you. Furthermore, there are hunters here and you've already put on an act. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. There were too many variables if he stayed here. It seems that we are not welcome here. In that case, this junior will take his leave. Night Queen Chuyu did not even look at Lu Yin and allowed him to leave. Madame Mylan watched Lu Yin leave with a strange expression. Tyrael heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately they had not fought, but it was also a pity that Lu Yin had not been killed by Night Queen Chuyu. Lu Yin had guessed correctly, as he had indeed been stalling for time in order to wait for Night Queen Chuyu to arrive and kill Lu Yin. This was because Lu Yin's innate gift was too terrifying, and he was the strongest Limiter in the universe. Even Tyrael was jealous of such a person. It was a pity that Lu Yin had too many tricks up his sleeve. After leaving Shenwu Continent's space station, Lu Yin and Wendy Yushan each boarded a spacecraft and headed to the Great Yu Empire. Only then did Lu Yin relax, as there were no longer any rune lines in his eyes that could threaten him. Wendy Yushan contacted Lu Yin. "Is there someone you care about on Shenwu Continent?" "Who is it?" Lu Yin thought about it. "Someone who has made a lifelong promise to me." Wendy Yushan's eyes flashed. "A woman?" "Nonsense," Lu Yin could not help but retort, but he immediately regretted his words and apologized. "I'm sorry, Wendy. I wasn't talking about you, so please don't mind me." Wendy Yushan casually replied, "Indeed, it's nonsense. You're right." She then hung up. Lu Yin stared blankly at his communicator. No matter how low his EQ was, he could still tell that Wendy was angry. Was it because he had called her nonsense? Hadn't he already apologized? Women were really unreasonable. He looked back at Shenwu Continent space station and knew that it would be a long time before he could return again. The next time he appeared, it would not be like this. He wanted to control both his and Ming Yan's fates. After confirming that Lu Yin had left, Night Queen Chuyu stepped out of the void. She wanted to attack the 5 sealing planets before the news of Shenwu Continent's isolation spread throughout the Innerverse and Outerverse. This was the reminder that Madame Mylan had given her. The 5 sealing planets had indeed stopped enlighters in the past, but that had been with the help of Ming Zhaotian and the others. Now that Shenwu Continent had split apart, Ming Zhaotian was being restrained by Ming Zhaoshu. As long as Ming Zhaoshu wanted to cooperate with the Day-Night clan, he would not dare to let Ming Zhaotian appear on the 5 sealing planets. This was their only chance. Otherwise, once news of the Innerverse and Outerverse isolation spread to Shenwu Continent, Ming Zhaoshu might not be willing to cooperate. "Are you saying that you sent that person to an isolated island outside of Shenwu Continent?" Night Queen Chuyu asked indifferently. Behind her, Tyrael respectfully replied, "Yes, an uninhabited island. It will take at least 3 days to return to Shenwu Continent from there." 3 days. Night Queen Chuyu looked up. They had to attack the 5 sealing planets within 3 days, or else there would be variables. Not long after, Shenwu Continent shook as the 5 sealing planets were attacked by Night Queen Chuyu. Ming Zhaoan looked up with an ugly expression on his face. He leaped up and was about to head to the 5 sealing planets, but he was stopped by another force. "Ming Zhaoshu, now that the 5 sealing planets have been broken, you have no bargaining chips left." Ming Zhaoan barked. Ming Zhaoshu's voice echoed through the void. Even though they were separated by a great distance, his voice reached the capital. "You don't have to worry about that, brother." 4 martial honorables from the 4 peaks around the imperial capital tried to stop Ming Zhaoshu at the same time. However, they were swept away by Ming Zhaoshu's aura. This power was enough for Ming Zhaoshu to challenge Ming Zhaotian, let alone ordinary martial honorables. "Thank you. Breezy Mountain Man Brothers Reward 3rd update. Thank you all for your support." Chapter 564. Ming Zhaotian raised his head and stared at the 5 sealing planets. They were trembling and even cracking, just like when Xianxia had attacked them. In the distance, Ming Zhaoshu also stared at the 5 sealing planets, but there was no trace of worry in his eyes. Ever since he had obtained Ming Taizhong's inheritance, he knew that ordinary people could not break through the 5 sealing planets, not even powerhouses with power levels above 200,000. However, Tangxi had already been taken out of Shenwu Continent, so why were the outsiders still attacking the 5 sealing planets? Had something happened? No matter what, Ming Zhaotian could not allow Ming Zhaotian to obstruct the outsiders from attacking the 5 sealing planets. This was just a show for the outsiders to see. Ming Zhaotian wanted to gain more bargaining chips and show more value. At this point, he had already forgotten about Lu Yin. To him, Lu Yin was just an investment. Perhaps this investment would pay off in the future, but not now. Lu Yin did not know that Night Queen Chuyu was attacking the 5 sealing planets, but he had guessed that the Day-Night clan was tyrannical and always took the initiative. Once Tangxi spread the news that the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, the Day-Night clan would no longer have the initiative in their cooperation with Ming Zhaoshu. She would have to break through the 5 sealing planets. However, she could not break through even with the help of another enlighter. The number of rune lines represented by the 5 sealing planets was terrifying, and it seemed to change. For an entire day Night Queen Chuyu attacked the 5 sealing planets, but she still could not break through. Even if there was no one on the 5 sealing planets to obstruct her, she still could not break through. How can this be? A continent from an alternate space in the outerverse can actually block my attacks. Night Queen Chuyu could not believe it. In the space station, Tyrael found it even harder to accept. They had originally thought that they could break through the 5 sealing planets' defenses, but this discovery made him realize how laughable their guesses had been. Night Queen Chuyu was not an ordinary enlighter. She was a genius of the Night King clan, and she was much stronger than the outerverse enlighters. If even someone like her had failed, then there was no point in them surrounding Shenwu continent. In the end, Night Queen Chuyu gave up. Since she could not break through the 5 sealing planets, she could only wait until Ming Zhaoshu learned that the innerverse and outerverse had been separated. Then they could begin a new round of negotiations. This made Night Queen Chuyu very irritated. Although Ming Zhaoshu was only a cruiser, he was too scheming, patient, and his ability to scheme. Negotiating with such a person was very tiring. It was all because of that bastard. If it wasn't for him, they would still be the ones taking the initiative. When she thought about Lu Yin and Wendy Yushan's alliance, Night Queen Chuyu felt a headache coming on. The two of them were already on the same level as an enlighter. Dark Mist Weave bordered Frostwave Weave, and it didn't take long for the two of them to return to Frostwave Weave. As soon as they returned to Frostwave Weave, the two of them were discovered by the Great Yu Empire's army, and a report was sent to Xinyu Star. The cabinet was overjoyed and there was a huge pile of memorials waiting for Lu Yin. Are you saying that Puyu is worried that the Outerverse Youth Council will be banned? Lu Yin asked. On the other end of the call, Wendy Yushan's tone was cold. That's why he's holding this meeting. The 10 Arbiters Council has been isolated from the Innerverse, and San Dios no longer has anyone to rely on. Just the Darkstar Gorge behind Puyu isn't enough to maintain its former authority. Only the 10 Arbiters can transfer power to the younger generation. No one else can. Lu Yin was helpless. There's nothing that can be done about it. Right now, the Outerverse situation depends on the Enlighters. The various weaves have hidden old undying Enlighters, but even so, they can't stop the almighty Enlighters who have been isolated from the Outerverse. The Outerverse situation is changing, and it's already quite good that San Dios is still around. Puyu is overthinking things. What about you? You're also a member of San Dios, Wendy Yushan asked. She did not wish for San Dios to disappear, or else she would not have attended the meeting. She wanted to preserve the Outerverse Youth Council for the 10 Arbiters Council and White Knight. Lu Yin replied, "There's nothing I can do about it. This is the general trend and no one can stop it." Not long after, the two ended the call. "Seventh bro, I saw you smile." It was a very sinister smile, the monkey said. Lu Yin had indeed smiled as San Dios could not disappear. There were still a few Enlighters left in the Outerverse who were related to the 10 Arbiters, such as Night Queen Chuyu, Wen Kitchen, and Viletree. These people would never allow the Outerverse Youth Council to disappear, as the 10 Arbiters Council's existence was beneficial to the organizations behind them. Even if San Dios lost its authority, it would still exist, and the Prairie Flame continent would not be affected. As long as the Outerverse Youth Council existed, it would be fine and there would be many possibilities for the future. Lu Yin did not need the 10 Arbiters Council's name to protect himself, so he did not care if San Dios lost its authority. What he cared about was the future. Once the Innerverse and Outerverse were restored, what could he do to San Dios? What could he do with San Dios's connection to the 10 Arbiters Council? He didn't know this himself, but it was a possibility. It was a possibility that he or someone he had arranged could become one of the 10 Arbiters. It sounded ridiculous, but as long as there was a chance, it would be fine. Suddenly, Lu Yin's expression changed, and it lasted for a while before he recovered. "Seventh bro, what's wrong?" the monkey asked curiously. Lu Yin answered in a low voice, "I feel like I'm about to break through to the Explorer realm." "Then what are you waiting for? Breakthrough?" the monkey shrieked. "Seventh bro, with your current strength, once you break through to the Explorer realm, things will get interesting. You'll probably be able to rival the top 30 of the top 100 rankings. Even if you face a hunter, you'll still have the ability to protect yourself. You won't have to wear that tortoise shell in front of everyone." Lu Yin wanted to break through as well, but he could not. The difficulty of breaking through to the Melder realm was still fresh in his mind. There were several checkpoints in cultivation: the Seeker Realm, the Melder Realm, and the Explorer Realm. The Seeker Realm required one to start from nothing, and the difficulty lay in the formcast model and battle techniques. Without these, there was no need to cultivate. The Melder Realm was a transitional process that required one to step through the door of cultivation to truly begin cultivating. As for the Explorer Realm, it was a qualitative change that required one's body to adapt to the universe. None of these three checkpoints were simple. Although Lu Yin could attempt to break through to the Explorer Realm with his formcast model, he did not have the protection of an extremely strong powerhouse, which made him feel uneasy. It was as if he would fail as soon as he broke through. This feeling had appeared the first time he had felt like he was about to break through, and it had not subsided. Instead, it had become increasingly clear, as if there was a mysterious force preventing him from breaking through. Finally, the feeling of breaking through was suppressed and Lu Yin sighed in relief. "Seventh bro, why aren't you breaking through? Do you still want to be invincible on the path of the Lamita realm? You're too pretentious," the monkey taunted. Lu Yin muttered to himself. He had suppressed it this time, but it would not be so easy the next time. He had already suppressed it twice, and there was bound to be a moment when he had to break through. In the entire Outerverse, the only powerhouses who could help him break through were the Enlighters, but who could be trusted? Lu Yin could not think of anyone. Granny Chan? She was not trustworthy, and neither were the others. Why wait for him to break through before the world changed? Lu Yin looked into the distance with a helpless expression. During the month that Lu Yin had returned to the Great Yu Empire, he had continuously browsed through the resumes of talents. There were people from all over the world who wanted to join the four ministries, and there were indeed some outstanding talents among them. Lu Yin had placed them in Grand Top Weave's Lu Pavilion of War and Lu Pavilion of War. As for the Lu Ministry of War and the Ministry of War, not just anyone could sit in them. If the Great Yu Empire had stabilized and did not need to expand, then he could have used an examination to fairly recruit talents into the four ministries. However, he could not do so now, as the positions of the four ministries not only required talent, but also background. For example, someone called Rang Bin had limited talent, but he was the heir to one of the strongest clans in Grand Top Weave. If such a person was recruited into the four ministries, then that meant that the entire Weave would submit to the Great Yu Empire, and there would be no need for military suppression, which saved him a lot of trouble. This was reality, and while it was disadvantageous to the cultivators of the poor, it was beneficial to the Great Yu Empire. However, Lu Yin also secretly promised that there would be a day in the future when he would give everyone a fair chance at the examination. During this month, Hai Chichi returned with a downcast expression. She had not been able to find her way into the Innerverse, and Lu Yin had comforted her. He could see that Hai Chichi's expression was better than when the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, but she still did not look as cheerful. Lu Yin had no other choice, and he had even offered to take Hai Chichi out to play, but she had rejected him. This girl had matured quite a bit. Barred Weave was located to the west of Dark Mist Weave, and it was separated from Frostwave Weave by Dark Mist Weave and Wuri Weave. It was one of the weaves that was connected to the Astral River. There was a family in Barred Weave called the Launching family that controlled 10 filaments. Their power was second only to Even Ground Palace, which was the sect that controlled Barred Weave. At this moment, the main planet of the Launching family was covered in rivers of blood, and even sunlight could not penetrate the blood-colored air. An old man knelt on the ground and stared in despair and fear at the dried-up corpse that was slowly walking towards him. Why are you massacring us? Did our Launching family offend you? The dried-up corpse had walked out from the planet where the Neo-Human Alliance's stronghold was located, and it still had progenitor Wuxiang's hide on its head. It looked rather ridiculous, but on this blood-colored planet, it was terrifying. The Earth was bleeding, and over 100 million members of the Launching family had been slaughtered. Not a single one had been able to escape. The old man was the strongest person in the Launching family, and he was a peak hunter. However, he had not been able to retaliate against the dried-up corpse. The corpse raised a hand and pressed it against the old man's head. The old man continued to mumble, "Why? Why do you want to kill us? What did we do wrong? What did we do wrong?" Ancient bloodline detected. Target confirmed. With a bang, the old man's head exploded, and his headless corpse collapsed into a pool of blood. Not long after, the planet was destroyed and turned into cosmic dust. No matter what life forms had been on the planet, they all disappeared in an instant. The dried-up corpse still had progenitor Wuxiang's hide on its head, and its black hole-like eyes scanned the surroundings before slowly leaving. 10 days later, an expert from Evenground Palace arrived and stared at the distant black hole in shock. The entire Xianxia family has disappeared? Yes. What about the family members who left? They're all scared out of their wits and don't dare to return. Some of them have already been brought into the palace. The expert from Evenground Palace nodded and sighed. The Xianxia family used to be a family with a primeval surname, but ever since they changed their surname to Xianxia, the family prospered. Who would have thought that they would be wiped out? It should be an enlightener. The outerverse is too chaotic these days. Chapter 565. The outerverse was very chaotic and there were wars everywhere in the eastern weaves. The frequency of enlighters acting was very high as they were all plundering resources. In the central weaves, many places were cut off from the outside world, similar to the astral river. The western weaves could not even connect to the internet. Of the eastern weaves, Frostwave weaves and Grand Top weaves were the quietest. Even if there were wars, they were instigated by the Great Yu Empire, and the Great Yu Empire spent the next 2 months in peace. Lu Yin spent the next 2 months in peace. He had a headache during these 2 months as he had to deal with government affairs. Even with the 4 ministries, there was still a lot of government affairs that came to him, and it made him want to run away. Wendy Yushan had completely escaped and she was no longer on Xenu Star. During this time the Lu branches and Lu Pavilion had gained many new members, but the Lu Ministry of Staff and the Lu Ministry of Defense still had the same few members. These 2 departments could not be casually assigned to them. The cabinet still consisted of 3 people, Garop, Hilona and Gavin. Amidst these peaceful days, a request for reinforcements shook the surrounding weaves. The innerverse and outerverse had been separated for 8 months, and Ironblood Weave was requesting reinforcements from the outerverse 72 weaves to defend against the Astral Beast Domain's invasion. Although it was said that there were 72 weaves, only the eastern weaves had received the request for reinforcements, and Frostwave Weave was naturally one of them. Lu Yin looked up in surprise. Ironblood Weave? Enya's expression was solemn. Ironblood Weave is the front line of the human domain's defense against the Astral Beast Domain's invasion. It's similar to Erudite Flow Zone's border battlefield, but the difference is that Erudite Flow Zone's border is only a border and is obstructed by the Astral River. Ironblood Weave, on the other hand, is not obstructed by any astronomical phenomena, and the entire weave is a battlefield. This was the first time Lu Yin had heard of this weave. He stood up and looked at the screen that Enya had opened. Tell me more about it. Enya pointed at the northeast corner of the screen. This is Ironblood Weave. The human domain and the astral beast domain overlap, and most of the overlapping areas are obstructed by the Astral River, which can be used as a border battlefield. However, this overlapping area connects the 2 domains without any obstruction. Once the astral beasts cross Ironblood Weave, they can run amok in the outerverse. Ironblood Weave is very small, as it only covers about 20 or so filaments. The entire weave is made up of 9 fortresses, and the one at the very front is Ironblood Fort. Ironblood Fort is constantly engaged in endless battles. Even though the human domain and the astral beast domain have reached a temporary truce, this place is still a battlefield, a black hole of death. For many years the outerverse has been in charge of Ironblood Weave supplies. Every year the Great Yu Empire will send a large amount of resources to a single place, and that place is Ironblood Weave. This is an order from the Hall of Honor, and most of the experts in Ironblood Weave come from the innerverse. Every stronghold is made up of enlighters and space-exploring powerhouses. Even so, there are still enlighters and countless space-exploring powerhouses who die every year. After Enya's half-hour-long explanation, Lu Yin gained a detailed understanding of Ironblood Weave. The innerverse and outerverse have been separated, and the number of experts in Ironblood Weave can't keep up, so they've asked for reinforcements. Once Ironblood Weave falls, the entire outerverse will be exposed to the Astral Beast Domain's claws, right? Enya solemnly replied, "That's right." Back then, Commander Shui suggested to the Hall of Honor to increase the number of experts in Ironblood Weave. Unfortunately, the Hall of Honor did not accept his suggestion. Lu Yin had heard of the Hall of Honor many times. It was the highest organization in the human domain, and it was also the organization with the greatest authority. It had the authority to judge the powers of the human domain, and it could directly influence any nation, sect, or family. Every year, a batch of resources from the Great Yu Empire would be shipped to an unknown location. This was an order from the Hall of Honor, and even after Undying Yushan's death, the Hall of Honor had not affected this order. When Sigmund Mathers had been suspected of colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance, Undying Yushan had no right to pardon him. This crime had been judged by the Hall of Honor. The Hall of Honor controlled the entire human domain. The Hall of Honor had honor points, and Lu Yin had relied on them to obtain much more information than the average person. This was the Hall of Honor. Shui Chuanshao had been the commander of the border war front, and his imprisonment had also been a result of the Hall of Honor's judgment. It could be said that the Hall of Honor had the authority and power to judge any powerhouse. Your Highness, there's another possibility that is very likely to be the reason why Iron Blood Weave is urgently seeking outside help. Enya's expression was very solemn. The astral beast domain is not isolated. Lu Yin's expression changed. Are you saying that the entire astral beast domain can be connected? Enya nodded. The innerverse and outerverse have been separated, and the astral beast domain can use Iron Blood Weave to invade the human outerverse while the human innerverse is powerless to interfere. This should be the true reason why Iron Blood Weave is seeking outside help. However, only a few people know of this reason and it cannot be spread. Otherwise, it will cause panic in the entire outerverse. Lu Yin was already panicking. This was the entire astral beast domain, and it had only been the innerverse that had stopped the astral beast domain's invasion. Now that the innerverse had been isolated, how could the outerverse possibly stop the astral beast domain? Kiki 7th bro, this woman is right. Our astral beast domain is divided into regions, but it's not isolated. Of course, there are definitely some places that are isolated on a smaller scale, but it won't affect the overall situation. Based on my understanding of the Celestial Beast Empire, the outerverse is finished, and it'll definitely be the point where the astral beast domain will invade, the monkey said proudly. Lu Yin frowned. Only by combining the human innerverse and outerverse and the neoverse strength would they be able to resist the astral beast domain. Now, the outerverse alone would not be able to stop the astral beast domain, and he was truly panicking. At this moment, Lu Yin's gadget beeped. This was a message that could not be rejected. Back when Astral 10 had been ordered to descend into the outerverse and when Wendy Yushan had been confirmed as a member of the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council, a similar beep had appeared. In the name of Elder Lohar of the Hall of Honor, I order Northcastle Weave, Fast Earth Weave, Grand Top Weave, Frostwave Weave, Lars Weave, Dark Mist Weave, Bard Weave. All of these weaves are to send 3 hunters, 10 cruisers, 100 explorers, and a fleet of 100,000 soldiers to reinforce Iron Blood Weave. Depending on the location of each weave, the arrival time of the reinforcements will be notified separately. Weaves that do not send any reinforcements will be judged in the name of the Hall of Honor. This was the first message, followed by the second. Frostwave Weave must send 3 hunters, 10 cruisers, 100 explorers, and a fleet of 100,000 soldiers to Iron Blood Weave. Just as the second message was sent, a third message appeared right after. Great Yu Empire's Royal Regent, Lu Yin, in the name of the Hall of Honor, has been summoned to Iron Blood Weave Season's fort to assist Commander-in-Chief Lu Qiuyu in his duties of guarding the fort. Report within 5 days. Those who refuse or delay without reason will be judged in the name of the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin received 3 messages in one go and all of them could not be rejected. He was shocked as he could feel the urgency of Iron Blood Weave's military situation. Even he was about to enter the battlefield and he was only a Lemiter. Every we've had to send experts and it seemed like Iron Blood Weave would not be able to hold on for much longer. A calamity that would engulf the entire outerverse was about to appear. At this moment, Wendy Yushan sent a message and Lu Yin looked at it. Great Yu Empire's 5th princess, Wendy Yushan, ranked 18th on the top 100 rankings. In the name of the Hall of Honor, has been summoned to Iron Blood Weave's Yellow's Oil Fort to assist Commander-in-Chief Elder Shuang in his duties of guarding the fort. Report within 5 days. Those who refuse or delay without reason will be judged in the name of the Hall of Honor. You're going to Iron Blood Weave as well? Lu Yin asked as he connected to Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan grunted. What about you? Lu Yin smiled bitterly. I'm going as well. Wendy Yushan fell silent for a moment. The situation is critical. Quickly determine the personnel and resources that will be sent to Iron Blood Weave. We have to go. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement and ended the call. He then looked at Enya. Will it be dangerous for us to go to Iron Blood Weave? Enya had a strange look on her face. It's a battlefield, a black hole of death. Even Enlighters can die there, so of course it's dangerous. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, That's not what I meant. I have no complaints if I die on the battlefield, but what if I run into an enemy? Won't they take revenge on me? He couldn't help but be worried as he had been separated from Wendy Yushan. If they ran into Night Queen Chuyu and the others in Iron Blood Weave, then they would have to be mentally prepared. If even he had been summoned to the battlefield, then he did not believe that the Hall of Honor would let Night Queen Chuyu and the other Enlighters off. Enya solemnly replied, You don't have to worry about that. No matter what grudges you have outside, as soon as you enter Iron Blood Weave's battlefield, all grudges must be set aside. When the time comes, your gadget will be connected to Iron Blood Weave's battle system, and you'll be constantly monitored. If anyone tries to retaliate against you, the Hall of Honor will personally take action to punish them, and they will not be tolerated. For countless years, no one has dared to cause internal strife in Iron Blood Weave's battlefield. Lu Yin relaxed as that was good. With his and Wendy Yushan's strength, it was impossible for them to be instantly killed without even being able to react. Even an Enlighter would find it difficult to accomplish such a feat since they were constantly being monitored, then that would be a deterrent to other Enlighters. Can I apply for a change of stronghold? Lu Yin asked. Enya shook her head. Unless you're an Enlighter, most people don't have the qualifications to apply. Of course, once you enter Iron Blood Weave, you can check the battle system. You'll be awarded Iron Blood points for your contributions there, and the higher the points, the higher your status in Iron Blood Weave. It has nothing to do with your cultivation. These are the rules of Iron Blood Weave and everyone has to abide by them. No one had expected such a thing to happen, and Lu Yin was now faced with a difficult problem. Who should he bring to Iron Blood Weave? There were 3 hunters, 10 cruisers and 100 explorers, which was not a small number. The cruisers were still manageable, as more than 10 had joined the Great Yu Empire during this period of time. However, there were even more explorers and Lu Yin was considering the hunters. There were only 3 hunters in the entire Great Yu Empire: Xianxia, the blind monk, and Xueshun Ona. He could not bring them all, but if he did not bring them, then he would not be able to fill the quota. Summon Huan Sha, Lu Yin ordered. Chapter 566. Huan Sha soon arrived and bowed to Lu Yin. Huan Sha, how many registered hunters are there in the Frostwave Weave? Lu Yin asked. Huan Sha blurted out, 5. Lu Yin's brows rose. Who are the other 2 besides the 3 from our empire? One is the head of the Mech family, Ryan Mech, and the other is a prisoner, Aiden. Introduce yourself. Huan Sha looked at Lu Yin and slowly explained. The Mech family is a large family in the north of the Frostwave Weave that controls 7 filaments. The Empire used the strategy left behind by His Majesty Undying Yushan, and the blind monk defeating Ryan Mech as a starting point to conquer the Mech family. Now the Mech family only stays on their own planet. They don't make things difficult for the Empire, but they don't join either. Aiden's origins are mysterious and there are no records of him in the archives. He's not a prisoner and he's voluntarily imprisoned in the Empire's prison for 100 years. Lu Yin was shocked. Voluntarily imprisoned for 100 years? Huan Sha nodded. There are no records of this person, so I'm not sure. Lu Yin thought about it and contacted Wendy Yushan. He sounded surprised. Aiden is still in prison? You know him? Lu Yin was curious. Wendy Yushan replied, when he first came to the Frostwave Weave, he clashed with Father for some reason. They made a bet and Aiden lost. He had to either join the Great Yu Empire's 13 Imperial squadrons and serve Father, or be imprisoned for 100 years. I didn't expect him to still be around even after Father passed away. Lu Yin's interest in Aiden was piqued. What kind of bet did they make? Aiden was very confident in his defenses, and he bet that Father wouldn't be able to break through them. Unfortunately, Father still won in the end. Of course, the process wasn't that easy. Wendy Yushan then lowered her voice. Father must have done his best. I can feel it from his tone. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Undying Yushan was no ordinary person. Putting aside the fact that he had entered the top 30 of the top 100 rankings, he was also the successor of the Yu surname of the Seven Courts, and he had inherited the battle techniques of the Seven Courts. Lu Yin had long since guessed that the reason Undying Yushan had been able to kill his way back to the outer verse and survive for so many years was because of the battle techniques of the Seven Courts. No one knew better than Lu Yin how difficult it was for someone from the outer verse to enter the top 30 of the top 100 rankings, even before the universe's great change. If Undying Yushan could do such a thing, then there was no need to doubt his strength. If even Undying Yushan was using his full strength to deal with Aiden, then this person was definitely not an ordinary hunter. Lu Yin had Enya and Huan Sha leave, and then he instructed Huan Sha to prepare the resources and a list of cruisers and explorers. He then headed to Aiden's prison. If Lu Yin's guess was correct, then Aiden was not someone that the Great Yu Empire could imprison, and he had done so willingly. When he saw Aiden, he thought he was looking at a wild beast. This person's hair and beard almost covered his entire body. He sat in the corner of the cell with his eyes closed as if he was sleeping. Lu Yin frowned. Is there no one taking care of him? Behind Lu Yin, the prison guard nervously said, Your Highness, this person is very strange and doesn't want anyone to take care of him. Back then, His Majesty Undying Yushan had ordered us to open the door so that this person could leave whenever he wanted, but this person insisted on locking the door. He said that since he's a prisoner he can't be treated differently. Has he been like this for the past few decades? According to my grandfather, he was like this the first time he saw this person, the guard replied. Lu Yin looked at the guard. Your grandfather was here as well? The guard hurriedly replied, Yes. Lu Yin laughed as this person was from a famous family. He asked the guard to open the door. Within the cell, Aiden suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Lu Yin like a wild beast. An enormous pressure descended upon him, one that was not any weaker than Karthika's. It was as heavy as a mountain. Lu Yin was shocked. This person was clearly a hunter, but he was able to exert such a terrifying pressure. He was definitely a genius among hunters, and just like Lu Yin, he had the ability to fight across realms. Kid, you're not simple, Aiden said as he stared at Lu Yin through his thick hair. Lightning seemed to flicker in his eyes. Lu Yin sighed in admiration. Senior, you're even more remarkable. You're willing to imprison yourself for 100 years because of a promise. Not many people in the universe can do that. There's no need to praise me. What's your motive? Aiden's tone was deep. Lu Yin stepped aside and gestured for Aiden to leave. His Majesty Undying Yushan has already passed away. You're free. Aiden sneered. There's no need to lie to me. That's impossible. That old bastard can't die. Lu Yin was helpless. That's the truth. Everyone in the universe knows that His Majesty Undying Yushan was ambushed by a powerhouse from the Neo-Human Alliance. Aside from the fifth princess, everyone else in the Yushan family died, and there aren't even any corpses left. Aiden stood up in shock, and only then did Lu Yin realize that this person was 3 meters tall. He was much taller than Lu Yin, and standing next to him felt like he was facing a mountain. He's really dead? How can that be? That old bastard has the Undying Manual, so he shouldn't have died, Aiden said in a low voice. He then glared at Lu Yin and reached out to grab him. Lu Yin's figure flashed, and at the same time, all 3 grains of fate moved. His physical strength exploded, and he used his fastest speed to the point where the void distorted. However, Aiden still managed to grab him by the collar and bring him right in front of him. Aiden's bell-like eyes were less than 10 centimeters away from Lu Yin's, and Lu Yin could even touch Aiden's hair and beard. Kid, you're lying. Aiden roared. Outside the cell, the guard tried to stop Aiden, but Aiden knocked him unconscious with a wave of his hand. Lu Yin calmly met Aiden's gaze. I'm not lying to you. Check it out yourself. Lu Yin then handed Aiden a gadget. Aiden activated it and searched for news about the Great Yu Empire. He finally found news about Undying Yushan's death. How can that be? He has the Undying Manual, so he can't be dead. Lu Yin shook his head. Undying Yushan has never learned the Undying Manual. It's all just speculation. It's also because of the Undying Manual that he was chased out of the Innerverse and nearly died. Aiden frowned, still in disbelief, but the truth was right in front of him. He put down his gadget with a complicated expression. I was planning to make a bet with him in 100 years, but I never thought that the old bastard would actually be dead. There's actually someone in the Neo-Human Alliance who can kill him. As expected of one of the three dark hands. You seem to hold His Majesty in high esteem. No matter what, you're all hunters, and with the Neo-Human Alliance's strength, it wouldn't be strange for them to send an enlighter, Luin said. Aiden sneered. So what if he's an enlighter? He then paused and looked outside the cell. Although the person who made the bet is dead, the promise must be fulfilled. There are still 10 years and I won't go back on my word. He then sat down in a corner of the cell again. It looked like he was planning to wait for another 10 years. If Luin made this person wait for 10 years, then he would have come here for nothing. He had not come here to tell this person about undying Yushan's death. Senior, do you like to make bets? How about we make a bet? Luin asked. Aiden looked at Luin. I only make bets with people who are qualified. You're not. Luin raised his brows. I'm the strongest Lemiter in the universe. Am I not qualified? Aiden opened his eyes and sized Luin up seriously. The lightning in his eyes became even more dazzling, and then a bolt of lightning surrounded Luin and swept past him. Aiden's eyes trembled. What a powerful body. Poor you, kid. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'm the Great Yu Empire's royal regent, and I act on behalf of the emperor. Undying Yushan is my uncle. Aiden nodded. The outer verse already had undying Yushan, and now there's you. Both of you are monsters. Now, do I have the qualifications to make a bet with you? Luin asked. Aiden muttered to himself for a moment, and then he looked at Luin with interest. What do you want to bet? I'll bet that I can break through your defenses, Luin said proudly. Aiden was furious. Bastard. Even undying Yushan, who was a hunter, found it difficult to break through my thunder shield. You think you can do it? Junior, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Luin smiled. Senior, you don't dare? There's no need to provoke me. As long as it's someone who's qualified, I like to gamble. But what do you have to offer? What do you want from me? Aiden asked. Luin solemnly answered. Ironblood Weave is in an emergency and I've been called to guard Season's fort. I hope that Senior can accompany me. Aiden was shocked. Ironblood Weave is in an emergency? Which point is the Astral Beast domain planning to attack from? But even if they're in an emergency, it shouldn't be you, a Lemiter, who's called. Are all those old enlighters dead? The inner verse and outer verse have been separated, and the only weave that can stop the Astral Beast domain from supporting Ironblood Weave is the eastern weave of the outer verse. Luin was helpless, and he then told Aiden about the changes in the weather. Aiden had not believed him at first, but Luin had shown him the news, and Aiden had personally tested the stability of space. Only then did he believe Lu Yin's words. I never thought that after being imprisoned for so many years, the outside world would change so drastically. The inner verse and outer verse have been separated, and the outer verse cannot stop the Astral Beast domain. It doesn't matter if we can stop them or not. It's better to die standing than to drag out an ignoble existence, Luin said loudly. Aiden's eyes flashed, and he looked at Luin with a hint of admiration. All right, I'll make a bet with you. If you win, I'll accompany you to Season's fort. If you lose, the remaining 10 years of the bet with Undying Yushan will be voided. Luin nodded, but then he reacted. Regardless of whether Aiden won or lost, the 10 years of the bet would be voided. This old man was quite smart. There was a boom and the prison shook. Aiden raised his arms and moved. Although you're just a Lemiter, since it's a bet, I have to take it seriously. It's been a long time since I've used it. His eyes suddenly widened and his thick hair and beard were torn apart by lightning. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing Aiden's true appearance. Luin was shocked. He had thought that this person was very old, but he looked to be around 40 years old, which was much younger than Undying Yushan. Aiden's firm muscles had not relaxed even after being imprisoned for 100 years. Lightning flickered, distorting the void and causing slight cracks to appear. With a low shout, Xenu Star shook, and lightning appeared above the 3 rings of the mainlands, shaking everyone. All sorts of battle data detectors sounded alarms. Xianxia looked up with a solemn expression. Was it that person? This person was no ordinary hunter, and he hoped that His Highness could handle such a powerful pressure. Chapter 567. The lightning not only flickered on Xenu's star, but it even spread beyond the star and enveloped the surrounding space. It had been a long time since Aiden had displayed his power and he was rather excited. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy as he watched in shock. Aiden's rune lines surpassed Karthika's, which meant that he was indeed a hunter. However, he was a freak who could surpass realms and defeat enlighters. Just like when Lu Yin had been a Limiter, he was an existence that ordinary enlighters could not contend against. In particular, Aiden's rune lines were not scattered, but rather formed a shield that was as immovable as a mountain. This shield gave Lu Yin a feeling that it could not be shaken. Lu Yin's mouth twitched as he knew that he had gone too far. His spear's attack power might not be able to penetrate this shield. Aiden's attack power might not be comparable to an enlighter's, but his defense was definitely freakish. Suddenly there was a thunderous explosion and the prison collapsed. Aiden's body was covered in lightning, and a giant shield appeared in front of him. The lightning had branded the shield with lightning runes, giving it a majestic aura. "Brat, the difference in power between us is too great. I won't bully you, so I won't use my battle force. As long as you can break this shield, you win," Aiden shouted with a proud expression. His arrogance was not due to the difference in realms, but rather his confidence in his own power. Even when facing an enlighter, he still had the same arrogance. Lu Yin relaxed as his shield's defense was already terrifying. If he used his battle force as well, then he really would not be confident. He did not believe that Aiden's battle force was weak. If Long Yun could cultivate to 7-line battle force, then Aiden must have been around Long Yun's level when he was younger. He must have been an absolute genius, as his battle force was at least 8-line battle force or even 9. With that level of battle force, it would be too difficult for Lu Yin to break through his defenses. Even when facing an enlighter like Night Queen Chuyu, Lu Yin was confident that he could break through her defenses. However, when facing Aiden, his confidence wavered, which showed just how strong Aiden's defenses were. This also reminded Lu Yin of Undying Yushan. If Undying Yushan had the strength to break through Aiden's defenses, then how could he have been killed by someone at the same level as him? The Neo-Human Alliance's foundation was impressive. Lu Yin calmly took out his spear, raised it and aimed it at Aiden. "Senior, I'm coming." Aiden stared at the spear in shock. "Is this a power vessel?" "You can say that. I've killed 3 enlighters with my spear." Aiden was astonished and his eyes lit up with excitement. "Alright, a power vessel that can kill an enlighter. Let's test out my thunder shield." Lu Yin didn't hesitate. With a loud bang, the bullet tore through the void and struck the shield. It was weakened by the lightning, but the bullet still had a power level of over 200,000. The lightning wasn't enough to stop it and the bullet still struck the shield. In an instant, Aiden took a few steps back. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the surface of the shield. The bullet had disappeared and a crack had appeared where the bullet had hit. Aiden was just as shocked. His thunder shield had blocked an enlighter's attack before, and it was precisely because he had fought against enlighters that he had become so confident and dared to bet with anyone. In the end, he had lost to Undying Yushan, which was why he was so shocked that Undying Yushan had died. No one understood Undying Yushan's strength better than him. But now, a Limiter had used a broken spear to almost break through his shield. Even if that broken spear had killed an enlighter before, Aiden felt as if his world had been turned upside down. Fortunately, the spear had not been able to break through Aiden's defenses. Aiden heaved a sigh of relief and was about to put down his shield when Lu Yin pointed the gun at him again. He subconsciously raised his shield in front of him. "Kid, are you going back on your word?" "Senior, I didn't say that I would only fire once. The bet was on whether or not I could break through your defenses, not whether or not I could break through it in one shot. If I hit the same spot again, I'll definitely break through your shield. I believe that it will take some time for your shield to regenerate." Lu Yin smiled. Aiden opened his mouth, but he could not think of a rebuttal. Indeed, he had not said that he would only fire once. "Can your power vessel attack multiple times?" Aiden was surprised. Lu Yin nodded. "Quite a few times. That should be enough to break through your shield." Aiden's defenses surprised Lu Yin. With this person around, even if Night Queen Chuyu Huahui and the others wanted to take revenge, Lu Yin would still have time to react. This person was like a gift from Undying Yushan, and Lu Yin had to accept him no matter what. Aiden stood in place and stared at Lu Yin's spear. Lu Yin raised a brow. Senior, are you going back on your word? Aiden sighed and smiled bitterly. I lost to undying Yushan 100 years ago, and today it's even worse. I lost to a Lemiter. The Great Yu Empire really is my nemesis. He then put away his shield. Lu Yin was delighted. Senior, you should feel honored that you lost. Not every hunter can withstand that attack. Even enlighters can't. Aiden looked at Lu Yin with a strange expression. Kid, enlighters aren't that simple. Your power vessel is powerful, but it's not enough to lock onto an enlighter. You must have used a sneak attack. Lu Yin was not embarrassed, as killing an enlighter was something to be proud of. How could a Lemiter like him kill an enlighter without using a sneak attack? If you can sneak attack 3 enlighters, then you must have some other power vessel that can prevent them from escaping or even losing their consciousness. Are you really from the Outerverse? Aiden asked in surprise. Lu Yin smiled. I'm the real deal. Aiden shrugged. Since you've lost, then I'll accompany you to Ironblood Weave. That place isn't suitable for humans. There was a look of respect in his eyes as he continued. Countless people have died dauntlessly, and their families, friends, and descendants have all died on that battlefield. The Outerverse's current peace is all thanks to them. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn, as he truly respected Ironblood Weave from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for this crisis, Lu Yin would not have even known that such a place existed. If there was one Ironblood Weave in the universe, then there could be a second or even a third. These places were truly worthy of respect. Lu Yin brought Aiden back to King Zishan's palace. He only had 5 days, and he had to deal with some matters in the Great Yu Empire as soon as possible before he could head to Ironblood Weave with peace of mind. One day later, Lu Yin ended his court session and stood up. It was time to borrow some money. His future in Ironblood Weave was uncertain, and he only had 2,420 star essence on him at the moment. This was too little, and it was not enough to deal with this crisis. It was time to talk to Madame Naylan. She seemed to have guessed that Lu Yin was coming, and she smiled as she welcomed him into her palace. She then poured him a drink. Why have you come, Your Highness? Of course, I'm here to borrow money, Lu Yin thought to himself. However, his words were a little awkward, as borrowing money under the current circumstances would inevitably make him seem like a bully. How are you doing here, madam? Madame Naylan's eyes lit up, and there was a different kind of temptation in them. Are you concerned about me, Your Highness? Lu Yin coughed. You can say that. She pursed her lips and smiled. Not bad. Your Highness must have received Ironblood Weave's request for help. When do you plan on leaving? Lu Yin replied, I'll arrive in 5 days. It will take 3 days to reach Ironblood Weave's Season's Fort from here. I plan on leaving tomorrow to avoid any delays. Madame Naylan nodded. You should leave as soon as possible. My Naylan family has also prepared a batch of resources to send to Ironblood Weave. Lu Yin nodded, but he did not say anything. She looked at Lu Yin. Is there something you need from me, Your Highness? Lu Yin revealed an awkward expression. I would like to borrow some money. Madame Naylan's lips curled up, but she did not ask any more questions. Instead, she handed Lu Yin a cosmic ring. The Outerverse's major banks are currently running low on star crystals, and many people cannot withdraw their money. Even the Mavis Bank is in a similar situation. I won't be giving Your Highness a crystal card. Lu Yin accepted the cosmic ring and glanced at its contents. He looked up in shock. That much? The cosmic ring that Madame Naylan had given him contained a total of 30,000 star essence. This was star essence, and it was comparable to an enlighter's collection. She replied, I know that Your Highness is short on money, but my Naylan family has placed a lot of money in the Mavis Bank and cannot withdraw it. I can only give Your Highness this much for now. That's quite a lot, Lu Yin said happily. She earnestly replied, If this money can be exchanged for Your Highness' safety in Ironblood Weave, then it's worth it. Just treat it as my Naylan family's support for Your Highness. Lu Yin immediately replied, That won't do. Wouldn't that be robbing me? If I said I'd borrow it, then I'd borrow it. Don't worry, madam. If I can return alive from Ironblood Weave, then I'll definitely return the money. But if I can't, then... Madame Naylan interrupted Lu Yin before he could finish his sentence. She raised her drink. Here's to Your Highness' victory and to the glory of the human race. Lu Yin cheered and raised his drink as well, clinking glasses with Madame Naylands. The next day Lu Yin brought Wendy Yushan, Aiden Huqingshan, 10 newly joined cruisers, 100 explorers, and a fleet to Iron Blood Fort under the watchful eyes of many of the Great Yu Empire's courtiers and High Chichi. The mission had stated that Lu Yin had to reach Iron Blood Weave within 5 days, so he, Wendy Yushan, Huqingshan, and Aiden boarded one of the few ships that could rival a Radiant-grade spacecraft and set off to pick up Ryan Merk. When the Merk family had heard that they were going to Iron Blood Weave, he had reflexively refused, but Lu Yin had threatened him. If he went, then he might be the only one to die, but if he didn't, then his entire family would be charged with treason. This was Lu Yin's method and it was clean and efficient. Ryan Merk had no other choice. Although he was selfish, the Merk family was too large and he could not abandon his family. Besides, going to Iron Blood Weave might not necessarily lead to death, but if he did not go then he would definitely die. Helpless, Ryan Merk agreed. With Frostwave Weave settled, Lu Yin did not need to worry about Grand Top Weave. Although he had taken control of the 9-stack sect and was using it to conquer Grand Top Weave, the Hall of Honor did not care who Grand Top Weave belonged to. They only cared about whether or not the Weave sent anyone to participate. Even if the families and sects of Grand Top Weave were unwilling, they still had to send someone to participate. It was only when Lu Yin picked up Ryan Merk that Grand Top Weave finally decided who would head to Iron Blood Weave. Chapter 568. Ryan Merk was an old man dressed in luxurious clothes, and it was obvious that he was an influential figure. When he saw Lu Yin, Ryan Merk's expression darkened. However, he did not dare to be rude and merely nodded. Lu Yin did not care as this person was just there to make up the numbers. There were 3 hunters: Aiden, Ryan Merk, and Huqingshan. Lu Yin had brought Huqingshan along because he was worried about the man. He had not forgotten about the Hidden Earth organization, and he would not feel at ease until he confirmed the organization's authenticity. Compared to Xianxia, Huqingshan seemed to be more reliable. At the very least he would not try to take advantage of both sides, so Lu Yin felt that he was more reliable on the battlefield. The Great Yu Empire still had 2 hunters in the Blind Monk and Xianxia, who kept each other in check so nothing would happen. Frostwave Weave was separated from Iron Blood Weave by Grand Top Weave and Eastleigh Weave. Information about Iron Blood Weave was basically cut off when it reached Eastleigh Weave, and there was nothing on the network. It was not that Lu Yin did not want to spread the news, but rather that he was afraid of causing panic in the Outerverse. Even though Lu Yin had become the royal regent, there were still some things that no one would tell him if he did not pay attention to them. However, with such a huge request for help, it was only a matter of time before news of the situation in Iron Blood Weave spread. Eastleigh Weave was filled with meteorite belts, and it was not as easy to plan a route as it was in other weaves. It was also very easy to be hit by meteorites. Lu Yin's group was led by Aiden, who sat at the top of the spacecraft. As long as they encountered a meteorite belt, they would not take a detour and would just charge straight through it. Huqingshan and Ryan Merk were both curious about Aiden, as they could feel pressure from him. Huqingshan was especially curious about Aiden, as he had known of Aiden's existence, but he had never directly compared himself to Aiden. Now that he did, he knew that he was inferior to Aiden, and he did not know how Undying Yushan had broken through Aiden's defenses. Just as the group was about to leave Eastleigh Weave and enter Iron Blood Weave, a boundless pressure swept over from behind, causing the planet to become unstable. Lu Yin turned around and his eyes filled with star energy as he saw a terrifying number of rune lines. This was an Enlighter and it was someone he was familiar with, Huahui. As an Enlighter who had been left behind in the Outerverse and had been so high-profile, he naturally could not escape the Hall of Honor's summons. Huahui also saw Lu Yin's group, and his gaze swept across the various spacecraft before finally landing on Aiden. Shock filled his eyes as he had clearly noticed that there was something unusual about Aiden. Aiden remained calm in the face of an Enlighter, and he even glanced at the man before ignoring him. A trace of anger flashed through Huahui's eyes and he waved a hand. His body transformed into a flame that shot towards the crowd. He did not attack anyone and he was just passing by. Even so, the aftershock of his attack was enough to shock even those who were not Enlighters. Lu Yin donned his universal armor and walked out of the spacecraft with Wendy Yushan by his side. When he saw the two of them, Huahui immediately stopped and stared at Lu Yin fearfully. Junior, Ironblood Weave is a battlefield and your methods won't last much longer. You're on your own now. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. Lu Yin and Hua Haoyi went tit for tat. If Lu Yin and Wendy Yushan worked together, Hua Haoyi would not be a match for them at all. It would only take a single shot to take him down, and if that didn't work then they would just have to use another shot. Of course he wouldn't fire that easily because there were only 12 attacks left. Every time he fired there would be one less attack. Hua Haoyi snorted and retracted his flames before heading towards Ironblood Weave. Aiden calmly watched Hua Haoyi's departing figure, and a trace of contempt flashed through his eyes. Just like Limiters, Enlighters were also divided into strong and weak. Hua Haoyi was just an ordinary Enlighter and he might even be an elite. Aiden's gaze was focused on those freaks, even though he was just a hunter. This was his pride. The border between Eastly Weave and Ironblood Weave grew closer and closer. As they got closer, the number of planets around them decreased and large asteroid belts appeared. There were no signs of human life, and only the occasional astral beast would fly by. Not all astral beasts lived in the astral beast domain. There were some in the human domain as well, but they were often exterminated. These astral beasts were organized on a different scale from those in the astral beast domain. To the humans, any creature that wandered the universe that was not a human was considered an astral beast. On the fourth day the asteroid belts gradually disappeared, and the group left Eastly Weave and arrived at the border of Ironblood Weave. When Lu Yin saw Ironblood Weave he did not feel anything different. This weave was very small and it was said that the entire weave was a battlefield. Not long after, when Lu Yin saw a colossal object in the distance, he understood what a fortress-like weave was. In front of him was a giant fortress that was formed by many planets and it was shaped like a broken sword. This fortress was like a giant beast lying in the heavens, but it also looked like a broken sword that had been stabbed into the center of the universe. It could be seen from very far away, and it exuded the desolate aura of a battlefield. Vaguely war drums could be heard. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy as he looked at the stronghold and saw a boundless amount of rune lines. This stronghold was filled with enlighters, hunters, cruisers, explorers and countless cultivators. All of these people were stationed within the stronghold, and the rune lines that filled the stronghold filled the entire region. That's Broken Blade Fortress, one of the 5 lower fortresses of Ironblood Weave. It's the closest to Eastly Weave, and it's also the last fortress in Ironblood Weave. If this fortress falls, the Outerverse will be plunged into misery and suffering. Aiden's voice rang out in Lu Yin's ear, as he was no stranger to Ironblood Weave. As they got closer and closer to Broken Blade Fortress, Lu Yin felt a deep sense of respect for it, as those who guarded these fortresses were all heroes of humanity. The closer they got to Broken Blade Fortress, the more shocked Lu Yin became. This fortress had been built by piling up planets and he did not know how it had been done. It reminded Lu Yin of the mainland that he had been on during Astral 10's examination. Anyone who entered Ironblood Weave would be inspected, and Lu Yin and the rest were no exception. Fortunately, the inspection was quick and it was mainly to see if there were any astral beasts disguised as humans. Broken Blade Fortress had a special passage that led to the interior of Ironblood Weave, and Lu Yin's group quickly passed through it. They looked back at Broken Blade Fortress and then headed towards Season's Fort. Ironblood Weave was indeed very small, mainly because the intersection between the astral beast domain and the human domain was too small. Ironblood Weave had originally been a battlefield, but with the construction of the 9 fortresses, it had been forcefully upgraded to one of the 72 weaves. This was the smallest weave. After entering Ironblood Weave, Lu Yin checked the war system, which could only be accessed by entering Ironblood Weave. The war system was actually a system that the Hall of Honor had developed to exchange military contributions. Because the battlefield was too large and astral beasts could appear and disappear unpredictably, it was impossible to effectively calculate military contributions. Thus, this system had been developed. Upon entering, the system would be connected to one's gadget and constantly monitored. Not only did it ensure that humans did not kill each other, but its most important function was to record military contributions. Military contributions were mainly reflected in Ironblood points. Every time a Limiter astral beast was killed, one would be awarded 1 point, 2 points for an elite Limiter, and 3 points for an astral beast that was comparable to a human Limiter genius. Killing a peak Limiter astral beast would result in 5 points. Iron blood points were calculated from the Lemaitre realm. For cultivators below the space exploring realm, it was not easy to obtain iron blood points. Many astral beasts had powerful innate gifts and tough bodies, making them even more difficult to deal with than Lemaitres. The Lemaitre realm corresponded to the Explorer realm. Killing a normal Explorer realm astral beast gave 3 points, killing an elite Explorer realm astral beast gave 8 points, killing a genius Explorer realm astral beast gave 20 points, and killing an ultimate Explorer realm astral beast gave 50 points. There were also detailed classifications for the Cruiser realm, Hunter realm, and Enlighter realm. As for the strength of the astral beast killed, it was determined by the system. The war system had existed for many years, and it had recorded countless battle videos. It was able to quickly determine the astral beast's strength without any errors. Of course, if the signal was blocked, the system would be rendered ineffective. This was a common problem with all technological weapons. Iron blood points could be exchanged for items, techniques, battle techniques, and even power vessels. Lu Yin was most interested in star essence, as 1 iron blood point could be exchanged for 1 star essence, which was a good way to get rich. This was equivalent to obtaining 1 star essence for killing an ordinary Lemaitre astral beast. To Lu Yin this was not difficult at all. He calculated that with his current strength he would be able to deal with an elite cruiser astral beast, which would give him 90 points. If he included his universal armor and fates, then he would be able to deal with a genius cruiser astral beast, which would give him 200 points for each kill. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as there was no lack of astral beasts on the battlefield. There was a ranking list in the system and Lu Yin glanced over it. At the very top was Lohar, the elder from the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin did not know exactly how strong this person was, but he definitely surpassed Night Queen Chuyu and the others. His iron blood points could not be seen. Second only to Lohar was General Fei, who Enya had mentioned before. General Fei was the commander of Iron Blood Weave's frontmost stronghold Iron Blood Fort. He had guarded Iron Blood Fort for many years and had never retreated. He was an enlighter with a power level of 290,000, which far surpassed Hua Haoi and the others. Similarly, his iron blood points could not be seen. The ranking list only showed those who were ranked within 5 ranks below or above them. Lu Yin currently did not have the qualifications to appear on the list. Suddenly Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he saw something that shocked him. The top ranks of the list were all enlighters and every stronghold was guarded by an enlighter. If an enlighter attacked, they could casually slaughter a large number of people and easily obtain iron blood points. However, even so, there was a cruiser at the very top of the list who was ranked 10th. Cold Sis, who guarded Iron Blood Fort and was ranked 10th on the top 100 rankings. Lu Yin had not expected to see a powerhouse in the top 10 of the top 100 rankings here. Those powerhouses were not on the same level as him, and almost all of them were of the same generation as the 10 arbiters. Some of them were even younger than the 10 arbiters. Once the 10 arbiters reached the age limit and withdrew from the council, their positions would be filled by these people. In other words, anyone who reached the top 10 of the top 100 rankings and joined the 10 Arbiters Council could become the next 10 Arbiters. Lu Yin did not know if this Cold Sis had joined the 10 Arbiters Council. He thought back to the battle on planet Pyrolite, where Night King Gu had caused him and Wendy Yushan to suffer greatly. Night King Gu was only ranked 15th and there was a qualitative difference between the top 10 and the 15th. A cruiser who could suppress an enlighter was also ranked 10th on the war system's ranking list. Below Cold Sis was someone called Kong Shi, who was also a woman. Lu Yin was astonished. Were the women of Iron Blood Weave this valiant? Thanks. The Mountain Breeze Brothers reward. 3rd update, thank you. Chapter 569. Kong Shi was a hunter, which was a bit easier to accept since it was unlikely that just anyone could surpass an enlighter. Below Kong Shi were 2 enlighters, and below them was a hunter named Lu Zhan. He seemed to be from the Sword Sex Lu family, and Season's Fort's commander was called Lu Chuyu, so he should also be from the Sword Sex Lu family. Below Lu Zhan were 4 enlighters, and below them were a hunter named Lu Miao Miao and a cruiser named Lin Lu. These were the top 20 on the list and there were actually 2 cruisers among them. They were not simple at all as there were still a large number of hunters at the bottom of the list. However, almost all of the hunters and cruisers in the top 20 were from Iron Blood Fort. This was the fort at the very front of Ironblood Weave, and it was rumored that there was never an end to the war and that it was always recruiting soldiers and cultivators. The list was very long and anyone with Ironblood points could enter it. There was a very long list at the very end, but Lu Yin was too lazy to flip through it. He only looked at the front. Suddenly Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he saw someone familiar. Zhou Xian. Right, that girl had always been in San Dios. She had been left behind after the Innerverse and Outerverse had been cut off, but why hadn't she contacted him? Since Zhou Xian had come to Ironblood Weave and even killed enemies, and Xiaohua should be there as well. It seemed like the Youth Council had also been recruited, which meant that Puyu would be there as well. Not long after, Wendy Yushan parted ways with Lu Yin. She was going to Yellow's Oil Fort. Lu Yin had Ryan Merck follow her and also ordered half of the cruisers and explorers to head to Yellow's Oil Fort. As long as Ryan Merck did not want anything to happen to the Merck family, he would do his best to protect Wendy Yushan while Lu Yin led the rest of the people to Season's Fort. Not long after he left, Wendy Yushan suddenly contacted Lu Yin. I heard that the war system is connected to the entire universe. The Ironblood points you obtain in Ironblood Weave are equivalent to the battle merits of the other war zones. Similarly, once the system is connected, you will be able to see the rankings of the other war zones. There's no point in talking about that. The network in the Eastern Weave of the Outerverse is already intermittent, so there's no need to talk about the other war zones. I'm just telling you to try your best to obtain as many battle merits as possible. It's best to exchange them for honor points, but based on your personality, you'll probably exchange them for star essence, Wendy Yushan said. Lu Yin smiled. You really know me well. It's best if you can keep your life and get as many battle achievements as possible. Honor points have unimaginable benefits. You already have 2, so as long as you can get more than 11 points, the Hall of Honor will investigate if you're injured or killed. If necessary, they'll take revenge for you, Wendy Yushan said. Lu Yin asked, isn't the Hall of Honor in the Neoverse? The Hall of Honor is everywhere, Wendy Yushan replied before ending the call. The Hall of Honor's influence was even more terrifying than he had imagined. It was no wonder that even undying Yushan hadn't dared to pardon Sigmund. However, as time passed and the Innerverse and Outerverse continued to be separated, the Hall of Honor's influence would only continue to decline. Lu Yin hoped that the Hall of Honor was truly omnipresent. That way the Outerverse might still have some hope of being protected. In fact, the moment he received the call for help, he had a vague idea that he might be able to resolve this calamity. Of course, it all depended on luck. An alarm suddenly sounded, and the void in front of him split open to reveal a very familiar astral beast, a void wanderer. No matter how strong these astral beasts were, their innate ability was to tear through the void. When the astral beast domain invaded the human domain, most of them had used void wanderers to pave the way and send in countless astral beasts. Originally, the astral beasts sent by the void wanderers were all below the space exploring realm, but with the changes in the universe, even explorers could no longer tear through the void. Now even explorers and cruisers had to rely on void wanderers to reach the human battlefield. A group of explorer astral beasts appeared in front of Lu Yin. In Ironblood Weave, astral beasts could invade any location, and it wasn't something that Ironblood Fort could completely defend against. Lu Yin wasn't surprised, though. He donned his universal armor and walked to the top of the spacecraft to face the astral beasts that were coming from all directions. Aiden and Xianxia both entered outer space, and a huge battle broke out without any warning. There were too many astral beasts and they were all explorers and cruisers. Even with hunters like Xianxia and Aiden, who could sweep through a large group of astral beasts, they couldn't kill them all quickly. In outer space, Lu Yin quickly approached an astral beast while being dragged by the monkey's shadow. He raised his hand and slammed it down. The astral beast was disdainful of Lu Yin's attack, as he was just a human who needed to wear universal armor to travel through outer space. At most, he was a Lemiter, so how could it be easy for him to challenge someone who was stronger than him? The astral beast didn't dodge and instead, it raised its claw and swatted at Lu Yin. If Ling Ke had seen this, he would definitely have praised Lu Yin as a man. There was a boom and the astral beast was smashed to pieces by Lu Yin's palm. Blood splattered across outer space, and Lu Yin passed through the blood and covered his universal armor in a layer of crimson before attacking the other astral beasts. Not too far away, Many astral beasts were incinerated into nothingness by Xianxia's flames. Xianxia was constantly observing Lu Yin. Although Lu Yin had the ability to instantly kill Enlighters, that was with his spear. He couldn't use his spear against these astral beasts, as Xianxia was worried that Lu Yin wouldn't be able to hold on. However, Lu Yin's strength had once again shocked Xianxia, and it had refreshed his understanding of the Limiter realm. This was especially true after Lu Yin killed a cruiser realm astral beast. Xianxia no longer paid any attention to Lu Yin, as the strongest of the attacking astral beasts were only cruisers. Not a single one was a match for Lu Yin. Not long after, the attacking astral beasts were completely annihilated, while Lu Yin and the rest were completely unharmed. Fortunately, the fleet that had been sent to reinforce Ironblood Weave had yet to arrive, or else there might have been casualties. In this battle, Lu Yin had killed a cruiser realm astral beast and more than 10 explorers. For a Limiter, this battle record was quite high, and Lu Yin estimated that he would receive a few dozen Ironblood points. He looked at his system and saw that his military contributions were probably being evaluated. Once the evaluation was over, he would know exactly how many Ironblood points he had received. This battle didn't take up much time, and half a day later Lu Yin and the others saw a colossal object that spanned across outer space. Just like Broken Blade Fort, it blocked off everyone's vision. It was made up of many planets, and the aura of war filled the air. This was Season's fort. Ironblood Weave was divided into the Upper Ironblood Fort, the middle 3 forts, and the lower 5 forts. Season's fort was located behind Ironblood Fort, and it was one of the middle 3 forts. It was also a fort that was constantly at war. Lu Yin and the others didn't even have time to observe Season's fort before their attention was drawn to the battlefield in front of them. He had never seen such a grand battle before. Up in the sky, on the ground, on the heavens, wherever the eye could see, there was a battlefield, and the sound of war drums filled the heavens. Although the battle at Erudite Flowzone's border warfront had been intense, Lu Yin had only participated in the defense of the planets and hadn't come into contact with the heavens. However, the battle at Season's fort had allowed him to truly experience the desperate battles between different races. Lu Yin and the others didn't have much time to think, and they immediately entered the battlefield. The battle system could automatically identify their identities, so they entered Season's fort without any obstructions. The first thing they saw was a severed arm smashing into the fort's space station. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, as that severed arm had a powerful oppressive force that definitely belonged to a hunter. Just as he thought of this, blood rained down like a waterfall and a mangled corpse crashed to the ground. Half of the body was gone. "It's a hunter." Aiden hurriedly stood in front of Lu Yin and cautiously stared outside the space station. With a boom, half of the space station was torn apart by a giant claw. Aiden leapt up, and his thunder shield released a thunderous boom as it slammed into the giant claw. The next moment, a shockwave swept through the area as Xianxia grabbed Lu Yin and soared into the sky. The entire space station had been torn to pieces. Xianxia brought Lu Yin into outer space, and only then did Lu Yin clearly see that a giant monster that was thousands of meters tall had been sent flying by Aiden. It was sent flying 100 kilometers, and it roared as its claw slammed down. The void shattered into layers of fragments, and several incomparably large cracks swallowed up the fort space station. The fort space station was built on a floating continent in outer space, and the moment it was struck, the entire continent would collapse. There were still many human cultivators fighting against the astral beasts on the continent. Aiden growled, and his thunder shield expanded to meet the claw head-on. He forcefully blocked the beast's attack, and even the spatial cracks were unable to break through the thunder shield's defensive perimeter. This scene was witnessed by many, and countless people were shocked when such a terrifying powerhouse had arrived at the stronghold. It should be known that although that beast was only a hunter, it had already killed 3 human hunters. Aside from a limited number of people in the stronghold, no one else could stop it, and those people were all being held back by powerful enemies. That beast was the strongest weapon currently attacking the stronghold, but it had actually been blocked by someone who had suddenly appeared, and it was even at a disadvantage. That beast is at least a freak among hunters, and it might even be close to an ultimate powerhouse, Xianxia said in shock. Lu Yin replied, "It's not at the level of an ultimate powerhouse. It can't compare to Aiden." Boom. Another loud explosion rang out as Aiden blocked the beast's attack once more. Not only that, but he also pushed his thunder shield and forcefully pushed the beast away from the fort. Along the way, the void distorted and turned into a spatial crack that cut through the heavens. On the other side of the fort, Lu Chuyu looked over in shock. When had such a powerhouse appeared in the fort? Aiden's strength was already comparable to an Enlighter's. The Enlighter beast that was fighting with Lu Chuyu was similarly shocked, and its eyes were filled with unwillingness. Lu Yin had Xianxia bring him to the continent within the fort. Some of the continents were planets, while others were continents floating in outer space. Lu Yin appeared on the floating continent within the space station and began his battle. Before he understood the situation, he did not want to rashly enter the astral battlefield. He did not know how long this battle would last, and it had already been 2 days since Lu Yin had arrived at Season's fort. He looked around and saw that there were still astral beasts everywhere. The astral beasts roared and powerful attacks swept across the continent from time to time, but they were all blocked by the human powerhouses. Lu Yin panted heavily as he donned his universal armor and retrieved some star essence to recover his star energy. Chapter 570. Behind him, a void wanderer appeared. Just as it was about to tear through the void, Lu Yin grabbed it and crushed it to death. He had already stopped quite a few void wanderers. His performance attracted the attention of quite a few powerful astral beasts, and from time to time cruiser realm astral beasts would launch sneak attacks. However, these astral beasts were unable to break through the universal armor's defenses, and no matter how they attacked, Lu Yin only needed to attack once to instantly kill them. Lu Yin's performance finally attracted the attention of some powerful creatures. A hunter realm astral beast tore through the void and aimed its mouth at Lu Yin. A powerful force gathered before it spat out, transforming into an energy attack that pressed down on Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin looked up as he had no intention of dodging. This kind of attack could not break through his defenses, and he even had time to look into the distance. There were too many rune lines in that direction, and there were Enlighters fighting there. He did not plan on dodging because he was confident that he could defend himself. However, in the eyes of others, he had been locked onto and could not avoid the attack. Many people who saw this scene showed pity as yet another cultivator had died. Although they had seen this scene many times before, this person was the first Lamiter to attract the attention of a hunter realm astral beast. He was an innate genius, but it was a pity. Just as the energy attack was about to hit Lu Yin, the void distorted and a sword appeared. It then slashed out from below, splitting the energy attack in two. The two attacks landed on either side of Lu Yin's body and pierced through the ground. Lu Yin looked up in surprise at the youth who had blocked his path. This person was a hunter, and his rune lines were not low. They surpassed the number of hunter realm astral beasts that had attacked him. The youth leaped up and charged into the void to battle the hunter realm astral beast. Not long after, blood splattered across the sky and onto the ground, dyeing the surroundings red. The hunter landed and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked back at him. "Thank you. You're not bad, but you're too cowardly. As long as you don't leave the heavens, there's no need to wear the universal armor. It will only limit your strength," the youth said before vanishing. "Seventh bro, you've been underestimated." Huh. The monkey laughed happily. Lu Yin grinned. Underestimated? Oh, he had been valued. Not every Lamiter was qualified to be saved by a hunter. The battlefield was huge and there were Lamiters dying at every moment, including explorers, cruisers, and even hunters. Too many powerhouses had died, and Lu Yin had only been saved by a hunter because of his performance. The battle continued for another day, and the biggest change on this day was that the Enlighter battlefield had been pulled closer. Lu Chuyu had not been able to bring the Enlighter battlefield too far away, as his strength was similar to that of the Enlighter beast. Neither of them could do anything to the other, and thus the battle continued for a very long time. Because the Enlighters were closing in on the battlefield, a corner of Season's fort had been destroyed and many beasts and humans had died. The young man who had saved him had also encountered a powerful enemy. It was a very small space beast that was only about 1 meter long. It was extremely agile and had a powerful body. That kind of giant beast looked very familiar. It's the Yin Guai, one of the astral beast domain's twin monsters. It's ranked 5th on the heavenly beast list, and it's a very powerful race, the monkey said. Lu Yin recalled that he had encountered it before at the erudite Flow Zone's border war front. The Yin Guai and Sound Guai had worked together to protect the Shengao, and even with Lu Yin's strength he had still been suppressed by the Yin Guai of the same level. It was no wonder why a Hunter Realm Yin Guai could fight evenly with that young man. They should have been evenly matched, but as the Yin Guai concealed itself, the young man was suppressed. The number of attacks the Yin Guai received increased, and it became harder to defend against them. Monkey, what are the Yin Guai's weaknesses? The monkey fell silent. You're my tamed beast and you're no longer related to the astral beast domain, Lu Yin said in a low voice. His tone was cold as he did not want the monkey to hide anything from him. The monkey felt helpless. The Yin Guai's strength and defense are extremely high. In terms of status, it's equivalent to the Mavis family and it's very difficult to deal with. If we're talking about weaknesses, then it's their spiritual force. Since ancient times when humans have fought against astral beasts, the Daoist clan has always been the one to deal with the Yin Guai. There was a thump as the Yin Guai slammed the young man into the ground with a claw. It then reappeared in the void with an arrogant look in its eyes. After a while the young man stood up. He was panting heavily and there were cracks on the sword in his hand. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and retrieved a pike from his cosmic ring. He tossed it to the young man. Use this to fight. The young man accepted the pike doubtfully and the moment he touched it his eyes flashed. He suddenly charged towards the Yin Guai and stabbed out with the pike. He had obtained the pike from the centipede's body and he had two of them. He had kept one for himself and one for Zhou Xian, but he had forgotten to give one to the young man instead. The pike had a spiritual force attack that could instantly kill an explorer. Once it was fully utilized it would not be weak. Although the material used to make the pike wasn't particularly good, it was still an item from ancient times. The Yin Guai disappeared again and the young man swept out with the pike. An invisible wave spread out, and the Yin Guai suddenly howled and withdrew from its concealment. It then looked at the pike in fear. The young man sneered. He did not know how to use the pike but he could use it as a sword and sweep it around. The Yin Guai's physical body was powerful, but its defenses against spiritual force were weak. The two of them were originally similar in strength. But now that the young man was using the pike to attack the Yin Guai's spiritual force, the Yin Guai quickly ran away. The young man's eyes suddenly turned cold and an indescribable aura condensed. In Lu Yin's eyes the young man's rune lines actually transformed into a sword, and the young man used the pike as a sword to stab out. The Yin Guai cried out and turned around to block the attack. It collided with the pike and the pike shattered into fragments that floated through space. However, the Yin Guai remained in place and it was obvious that its spiritual force had been severely injured. The young man's sword slashed down and the Yin Guai's head fell off. The young man relaxed and grabbed some of the pike fragments. He muttered to himself for a moment before descending and appearing in front of Lu Yin. He spread out his hands. Sorry, your weapon was destroyed. Lu Yin shrugged. Just treat it as my thanks for saving me. The young man seriously replied, on the battlefield I will save anyone if I can. These are the rules of the battlefield and there's no such thing as gratitude. You gave me a weapon to kill the enemy and now that it's destroyed I'm responsible for it. How about this? We'll split the credit for killing that Yin Guai equally. Lu Yin was stunned. Equally? The young man nodded. Equally. There's no need to decline. Lu Yin did not plan on declining. That Yin Guai should be above the elite hunter realm, and it might even be close to the level of a freakish genius. It was worth at least 1,000 iron blood points and even if he took half of it he would still get 500 points which was equivalent to 500 star essence. There was no need for him to decline as he would still be making a loss. If he sold the pike to someone who knew the ropes, it would be worth far more than that. However, this was a battlefield and he could not calculate it that way. The value of battle contributions was not something that money could compare to. I'm Lu Xian. Add me, the young man said. Lu Yin raised a brow. Lu Xian? The Lu Xian on the Iron Blood points list? Lu Xian nodded and quickly added Lu Yin's number before charging into outer space again. There was no time to chat on the battlefield. Lu Yin had not expected to get to know Lu Xian in his first battle. He had a good impression of this person as he did not have the arrogance of the heirs of the Innerverse's great powers. Instead he was more like a soldier, which reminded Lu Yin of Zhang Dingtian. The battle continued for another half a day before the astral beasts finally retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind a devastated Season's fort. In this battle, Lu Yin had personally witnessed countless deaths, and corpses had piled up into mountains. He had seen continents crumble and planets be destroyed. He had experienced a tragedy that he had not even experienced at the border warfront. After the battle ended, many cultivators from the eastern weaves who had come to reinforce Season's fort suffered heavy casualties. Many of them had been killed as soon as they entered the battlefield, as not every cultivator had the strength of Lu Yin, Aiden, or Xianxia. The cruisers, explorers, and fleets from the Great Yu Empire would still be some time away from arriving. Lu Yin had a bad premonition when he saw the devastation of the battle. Those who had come to reinforce Season's fort would not have a good ending, as this was a black hole of death. After a large-scale battle had ended, it was time to tidy up the battlefield. This would not take too long, as no one knew when the next battle would occur. It would take no more than 3 days. Lu Yin and the others gathered together and were led by a hunter at the fort to report in. Their names were recorded on the list of Season's fort's defenders, and those who had died were also recorded. Those who had died in Ironblood Weave would receive compensation for their families and descendants. Furthermore, they were the family members of martyrs, which would be helpful in the future. There were no strict selections, and the military management that Lu Yin had expected did not exist. In the words of a veteran, the first 4 forts in Ironblood Weave did not have any military management because there was no time for military training. All of the soldiers in the first 4 forts came from the 5 lower forts, and within the first 4 forts, the cultivators who had come to reinforce Ironblood Weave would be randomly assigned to guard a place. They only had one goal: to defend their place and survive. Xianxia and Aiden were forcibly sent to the fort's pass, which was where the highest command center of Season's fort was located. Commander Lu Qiyu and many other experts were gathered there to await their orders. As hunters, the two were not ordinary hunters, especially Aiden. His performance had been too dazzling, so it was normal for him to be called upon. However, Lu Yin was not happy about this. Aiden and Xianxia were here to help him, and if they were taken away, then he would have no one to protect him. It should be known that his performance in the previous battle had also drawn the killing intent of many hunters. Unfortunately, he was only a Lamiter, and even if he was the strongest Lamiter, he did not have the right to speak at the fort. The identities that he had gained while roaming the universe were useless to Ironblood Fort, and the only thing that was useful to him was his honor points. However, there was only one thing that he could use, and that was that he could not exercise any special privileges within the fort. In the end, Aiden and Xianxia were forcibly transferred away. Lu Yin was speechless as he stared at the sky. He would have to keep a low profile in future battles. Although his universal armor would not put his life in danger, it was not a good thing to be targeted. What's that? Lu Yin looked at the giant meteorite-like objects that were gradually floating above the fort. After the battle had ended, these objects had been floating above the fort. Each one was not small and they were densely packed together. Chapter 571. That's a source box that was once set up by an almighty lockbreaker. It contains formless killing intent, and Season's fort has been able to stop many astral beasts from invading. A veteran walked up to Lu Yin and sighed. He then lowered his head and continued cleaning up the battlefield. Cleaning up the battlefield was his job. Lu Yin was surprised. A source box's killing intent? What kind of lockbreaker set it up? The veteran shook his head. I don't know. It was set up many years ago. Then why didn't it appear in the previous battle? Lu Yin asked. The veteran was helpless. There are always loopholes in any defense. After so many years, the astral beasts have found the holes in the source box's killing intent and passed through them to attack the fort. Even if these source boxes were set up, it would still be useless. Actually, these source boxes are more symbolic than practical unless someone can patch up the holes. Lu Yin looked at the sky thoughtfully. Patch up the holes. He wanted to try. He remembered that the trial master had once said that only a boundless advanced lockbreaker could set up a source box's killing intent. Even a 5-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker could not set up such a killing intent, let alone Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin had his own advantages as he could see things more clearly than anyone else. If he was the one to command it, then other lockbreakers might be able to do it. The prerequisite was that he had to discover the loopholes first. Otherwise, Lu Qiyu and the others would not believe him. With a beep, Lu Yin looked at his gadget and his eyes lit up. His iron blood points had reached 1,300 after the battle in outer space and the battle that had lasted for several days. He had entered the system's top 1,000 rankings. To a Lemeter, this was a huge amount of points. Killing a normal Lemeter astral beast only gave him 1 point, so 1,300 points was indeed a lot for a Lemeter. The main reason was that Lu Zhan had killed the Yin Guai, which had given him 500 points. Lu Yin himself had only obtained 1,300 points from killing enemies. Over the countless years that had passed in Iron Blood Weave, many Lemeters had been stuck in their current realm, unable to advance any further. As long as they survived the battlefield, they would be able to kill more enemies. Many Lemeters were much weaker than Lu Yin, but their iron blood points surpassed his. It was just a matter of time. However, Lu Yin was confident that with his own abilities he could focus on killing normal cruiser astral beasts and quickly enter the top rankings. In terms of power, only Enlighters and Hunters as well as a small number of cruisers could surpass him. However, there were not many of them in Iron Blood Weave and Season's Fort only had a dozen or 20. Lu Yin took a look at the rankings, which were constantly being updated. People were constantly rising and falling, and the fastest rising were Enlighters like Night Queen Chuyu Viletree Wen Kitchen and Huahui. Granny Chan was also on the rankings. These powerhouses could easily sweep through a large group of people whenever they attacked, and even ordinary hunters could only be swept aside by them. This single battle was enough to push these powerhouses to the top of the rankings. Lu Yin saw Puyu, who was also ranked near the top of the list. He was ranked around the top 500, which was not surprising. With Puyu's strength, he was ranked 12th on the top 100 rankings. As long as he fought in a few more battles, he would quickly rise to the top. There were very few people in Iron Blood Weave who could surpass him in power. To see to know, to S2. To do so, to of which to boost, of the up. The attacks on the lower 5 forts had not been as exaggerated as the first 4, and they were also one of the few places in Iron Blood Weave that had time for military training. While the military training was going on, a group of soldiers gathered together to discuss excitedly. Another Enlighter has joined the battlefield. He's already in the top 50. That's an Enlighter. No matter how many astral beasts there are, it won't be enough for him to kill. He just needs to fight a few more battles and he'll be in the top 20. It's not just one Enlighter. So many have come. Why are there so many? Aren't the Innerverse and Outerverse separated? I heard that before the Innerverse and Outerverse were separated, a group of Enlighters stayed in the Outerverse because they were fighting over a certain substance. They couldn't return. Fortunately, that's the case. Otherwise, these powerhouses wouldn't have been able to reinforce us. With so many Enlighter seniors, Iron Blood Weave will definitely be able to defend itself. A soldier with a resolute gaze shouted, "Brothers, don't limit your sights to the Enlighters. Those powerhouses are too powerful and we can't reach them." Quite a few Lemeters have appeared on the ranking list. There are true targets. Puyu, the super expert who's ranked 12th on the top 100 rankings. He's here too. There's also Wendy Yushan, who's ranked 18th on the top 100 rankings. Don't make a fuss. Iron Blood Fort has someone in the top 10 of the top 100 rankings. Our fort also has an expert, one of the soldiers said excitedly. He then looked at the top of an abandoned wall not too far away. There was an absolutely beautiful person standing there, looking at the stars with a complicated expression. Under the illumination of the stars, she seemed unreachable. The other soldiers looked over and were all stunned. It was rare for such an absolute beauty to appear in Iron Blood Weave. She was like a goddess of the moon. That's Zhou Xian, the young mistress of the Innerverse Frost Moon sect and a student of the Astral Combat Academy. She's very famous in the Innerverse, and it's rumored that she broke through to the Explorer realm some time ago. She's so beautiful that people can't open their eyes, one of the soldiers muttered. The surrounding soldiers all stared at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian is an innate genius who can kill a cruiser realm astral beast, and she's also a member of the 10 Arbiters Council. Such a goddess is truly unreachable. I wonder who will be lucky enough to marry her, another soldier said enviously. At the top of the abandoned wall, Xianxi's gaze swept across the group of soldiers, who hurriedly lowered their heads in panic. Xianxi retracted her gaze and looked at the stars again. She had been in Ironblood Weave for some time now. Ever since the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, she had been summoned by a senior from Ironblood Weave's sect and had come here. The senior who had summoned her was Elder Shuang, who was also the commander of Yellow's Oil Fort. However, she had been placed in one of the lower 5 forts because it was safer there. Elder Shuang's goal was to temper her since she had only recently become an explorer. Hey look! How can a Lamita rise so quickly? He just entered the rankings and he's already in the top 1,000. How dazzling! Let me see. Luin? It's him. Who? Some of the soldiers were confused. Idiot. I told you to watch the news more often but you didn't. Luin is invincible among the Lamiters in the universe, and no Lamiter can defeat him. Apparently he's even killed a cruiser before, the soldier said. The surrounding soldiers were in an uproar. A Lamiter killing a cruiser? To them this was a fantasy. On top of the abandoned wall, Xianxi heard the commotion and opened the rankings in shock. She saw Lu Yin's name. You've been recruited as well? Invincible among the Lamiters. You don't know how big of a gap there is between you and me. Now that the Innerverse and Outerverse have been separated, the 10 Arbiters Council has basically disappeared, and I don't need to be sent by my sect to follow you. Goodbye. At another fort which was also one of the lower 5 forts, and Xiaohua also saw Lu Yin's name, but he was not surprised. He had also been recruited and it would be strange if Lu Yin had not been recruited. He was a little confused. Should he continue to follow Lu Yin or go solo? Watermoon Villa did not have much of a foundation in the Outerverse, and if he went solo he might not be able to accomplish anything. And Xiaohua's gaze became resolute, and he decided to follow Lu Yin. Although Lu Yin had offended too many Almighty Enlighters, he was still able to kill them. He was a freak. Many people recognized Lu Yin, but he had just entered the top 1,000 so not everyone had noticed him. Ironblood Fort was the cruelest battlefield in all of Ironblood Weave. Ironblood Fort's command center was known as Death Pass, which meant that once one entered, only the dead could leave including the commander. At this moment Ironblood Fort was in a rare state of peace. General Fei, Feather King Mengninga, and the other Enlighters had personally reinforced the fort's defenses. There should have been many experts gathered at Death Pass Command Center, but there was only a young Lamiter standing leisurely in front of a screen. The screen displayed the map of Ironblood Weave, as well as the map of the Astral Beast domain on the other side of Ironblood Fort. Reporting. A hunter appeared outside the command center. The Lamiter youth looked at the screen and calmly said, "Enter." The hunter entered and respectfully said to the Lamiter youth, "Mr. Jun refuses to come." The Lamiter youth was not surprised. The more privileges these lockbreakers have, the more they value their lives. They don't even care about the human border. How disappointing. The hunter lowered his head and did not speak as this scene was very strange. For a hunter to be so respectful to a Lamiter youth, it was obvious that the respect came from his heart. There were many youths who could use their backgrounds to subdue powerhouses, but those powerhouses would not look at them with such respect. This was achieved through strength. Even Lu Yin could not rely on his own strength to subdue a hunter, and he could only rely on external items. Shuashan Ona had feared him and respected him only because of his external items. Without them, Lu Yin would not have been able to command such respect from a hunter. However, this youth had done it. More importantly, he was not very strong and was only an ordinary Lamiter. Furthermore, he had only recently advanced, so he was very ordinary. Tell the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society to immediately send their best lockbreakers to Ironblood Fort to report. Otherwise they will be punished as traitors. The youth's gaze suddenly turned ruthless, and his words caused the Lockbreaker Society's scalp to turn numb. He was going to make a move against the Lockbreaker Society. The hunter was shocked. Yes. He then hurriedly retreated. Not long after, General Fei entered Death Pass and walked over to the youth. "Awen, how's it going?" The youth's name was Wang Wen and he was an ordinary Lamiter. However, he was one of the most important people in Ironblood Weave and he possessed monstrous intellect. Based on his countless years of analysis of the battlefield, he had been able to discover the pattern of the astral beast's invasion. He had then helped Ironblood Weave's various strongholds make preparations. Not only had he greatly reduced the losses of the strongholds, but he had also caused the astral beast domain to suffer heavy losses. He had even forced the astral beast domain to cease fighting for half a year. This was unimaginable, and because of this, Wang Wen's name had long since risen to the top of the Celestial Vanquishers list. He had far surpassed Lu Yin and the others and was infinitely close to the 10 arbiters. All of Ironblood Weave's matters, big and small, were handled in an orderly manner by Wang Wen alone. He had formed alliances and connected all 9 of Ironblood Weave's strongholds, which allowed him to display even greater power than before. Chapter 572. Wang Wen was also one of the few people in Ironblood Weave who could meet Elder Lohar of the Hall of Honor. Wang Wen was someone that the astral beast had to kill. The stronger the astral beast domain's desire to kill him, the stronger Ironblood Weave's protection of him would be. General Fei had once said that he could die, but Wang Wen could not. Those lockbreakers relied on their privileges and were unwilling to come. I've already sent out a warning. If they refuse to accept the summons, they will be punished as traitors, Wang Wen said. Punishing the Lockbreaker Society, an organization with special privileges, sounded as if it was as simple as punishing a normal person. General Fei spoke up. The Lockbreaker Society is also one of the subordinate organizations of the Hall of Honor, and they've used this status to refuse Ironblood Weave's summons many times. Now that the Innerverse and Outerverse have been separated, no one will stand up for them. If they dare to refuse the summons again, then we'll have to ask Elder Lohar to step in. Wang Wen nodded. That's right. The higher one's status, the more they cherish their lives. As he spoke, he flipped through the Ironblood points rankings and his eyes flickered. No matter what he did, he was always thinking, and his thoughts often allowed him to predict the enemy's movements. This was something that the Astral Beast domain had experienced the most. Regardless of the level of the experts who had come to reinforce Ironblood Weave, they were all pawns in Wang Wen's eyes. They were pawns used to deal with the Astral Beast domain, and Night Queen Chuyu and the others were no exception. This Lu Yin is very interesting. He killed 3 Enlighters. What a pity, Wang Wen said with interest. As long as it was a human, no matter how scheming they were all chess pieces that could be used to resist the Astral Beast's invasion. He felt pity for the 3 Enlighters who had been killed. General Fei's gaze was calm. He's just relying on external items. Power vessels will run out one day. But he's also an unequaled limiter. Interesting. He's from the Outerverse and his surname is Lu, Wang Wen muttered to himself, his voice growing softer and softer until even General Fei could not hear him. Lu Yin spent 2 days peacefully in Season's fort. These 2 days were peaceful and there were no battles. He and the Great Yu Empire's reinforcements were arranged to stay on a continent not too far from the space station that they had arrived at. The fort's management was not that strict, and as long as there were no battles he could move around as he pleased. As long as he did not leave his own defensive zone. Because they were close to the space, Lu Yin could see reinforcements from different weaves and powers arrive. And today he saw a familiar face to face. Back in the Astral Combat Academy, Lu Yin had been banned by the Blaze Realm. He had used his Dai's 6 pips to enter Karen's body and learn his secrets. He had used Karen's reputation to protect himself, but that hadn't been for long. He had been able to establish himself in the trial zones with his own strength. Sharon was a genius from the Timor Weave, and he had been a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker back in the Astral Combat Academy. He was also the area master of Whitebone's Gorge in the Tao of Purgatory. Now that he had broken through to become an explorer, he should have become a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker as well. Timor Weave was very far away from Ironblood Weave, and logically speaking, it should have been isolated by a lot of energy. Thus, Timor Weave should not have been able to send reinforcements to Ironblood Weave. Karen's appearance surprised Lu Yin and he happily greeted him. Sharon stared at Lu Yin as if he had seen a ghost. His expression was rather varied, ranging from sullen, angry, shocked, speechless, envious and so on. In short, Lu Yin had seen the extreme range of human emotions. What? You're not happy to see an old friend? Lu Yin teased. You're so happy that you want to die, Xian cursed under his breath. There were only 3 people in the universe who knew his secret. One was himself and the other was this bastard in front of him. The only reason this bastard knew was because of his master, who was even more of a bastard. If possible, Xian would never want to meet this bastard again. Now that they had met, Xian had no other choice. He quickly went through Lu Yin's battle records and smiled. So it's Brother Lu. What a coincidence. 7th bro, this guy's smile is so fake, the monkey said in a strange tone. Lu Yin could tell that no one would be happy to face someone who knew their secrets. However, he was very happy as he really wanted to discuss the path of lock-breaking with Xian. There didn't seem to be a single perceptive intermediate lock-breaker in all of Season's fort, which made Lu Yin feel rather helpless. Lock-breakers cherished their lives and they did not come to the battlefield. Xian had already become an explorer, so logically speaking he should have become a perceptive intermediate lock-breaker. Brother Xian, are you tired? You don't look right. Lu Yin was concerned. Xian laughed dryly. I'm a little tired. Brother Lu, I'm going to rest for a bit. We'll talk later. Lu Yin hurriedly pulled Xian back. Let me ask you a question. Xian was puzzled. Lu Yin leaned over. Your sister-in-law. He only managed to say 3 words before Xian turned around and left, his face dark. Lu Yin hurriedly shouted, I'm not done yet. Continue. Xian hurriedly turned back to block Lu Yin. He gritted his teeth and asked, What do you want? Nothing much. I'm just concerned about your love life. After all, we're classmates and I'm also a member of the Council of Astral Academy. I have some authority over the Astral Combat Academy students. Lu Yin smiled. Xian angrily growled, I've already graduated. So you want to forget your roots? It has nothing to do with that. I've already graduated and the Council of Astral Academy can't control me. I'm not controlling you, I'm just concerned about you. Don't get it wrong. Lu Yin, don't go overboard. I've already become an explorer. Karen's eyes were red and his veins were bulging. Lu Yin's lips curled up and he raised his hand and clenched his fist. You're threatening me. Karen's heart skipped a beat and he suddenly remembered that this person could even kill a cruiser. There were even rumors recently that this person had killed an enlighter, but Xian did not believe them. This bastard definitely had some tricks up his sleeves and he could not beat him. Xian was terrified and he helplessly asked, Lu Yin, what do you want? Lu Yin smiled. Nothing much. I've been a little confused about lock-breaking recently and I want to discuss it with you. Xian helplessly sighed. Alright, I'll tell you everything I know about lock-breaking, but you can't threaten me with that secret in the future. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Deal. That night, Lu Yin and Xian drank and chatted merrily, or at least that was what he thought. However, from Karen's expression he could tell that he was not very happy. Xian was indeed a genius lockbreaker, and Lu Yin was confident that he could see things more clearly than any other lockbreaker. However, he was still lacking in lockbreaking experience and he needed to make up for that. Unlike Lu Yin, Xian did not become a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker as soon as he broke through to the explorer realm. It was not that easy to become a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, and with the innerverse and outerverse being separated, there were very few perceptive intermediate lockbreakers in the outerverse. Thus, Xian was still a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. Are you confident that you can patch up the holes in the danger zones of those source boxes? Lu Yin asked. Across from him, Xian rolled his eyes. Dream on. If I had that ability, I would have been transferred to Ironblood Fort a long time ago. Every fort has its own danger zones, but unfortunately it's useless. Wang Wen has been trying to find a way to mediate for lockbreakers to patch up the holes in Ironblood Fort, but he hasn't been successful. Wang Wen. Lu Yin felt that the name sounded familiar and he checked the rankings. It was the enlighter ranked 3rd in Ironblood points. Hold on. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. This person was not an enlighter but a limiter. You don't know Wang Wen? Chen was surprised. Lu Yin looked at Wang Wen's name on the rankings in disbelief. How could a limiter suppress so many enlighters and become 3rd on the rankings? Tell me more about this person, Lu Yin said. Just as Xian was about to speak, the heavens trembled and a loud alarm sounded. Lu Yin's expression changed. War is coming. In less than 3 days another war had arrived. The veterans in the fort were already used to it, and Lu Yin had experienced the border warfront in the erudite flow zone, so he quickly adapted to it. Xian was the same, as he had also gone to the border warfront to gain experience. The Astral Combat Academy had reached a cooperation agreement with the border warfront, and every once in a while, students would be sent out to gain experience. This was all thanks to Lu Yin and the others' success. In outer space, many sourceboxes descended and batches of void wanderers appeared. They were swept away by countless technological weapons, and a rain of blood began to fall from the sky. Not too far away from Lu Yin and Sharon, a void wanderer tore open a crack while the two were not paying attention, and a large number of astral beasts appeared. Invisible ripples spread out from Karen's body, and he was abnormally powerful. This was a domain, and Lu Yin was shocked. Karen's domain was much stronger than his own. The revealing sword appeared in Karen's hand, and with a single slash, the power of his domain swept out and cut down a group of Limiters in front of him, including 2 Explorer Realm astral beasts. Sharon looked at Lu Yin proudly as he was very confident in his attack. Lu Yin looked at him with admiration, but this look disgusted Sharon, as it was the look of a senior looking at a junior. He said, "Brother Lu, show me some of your skills. I've heard that you've even killed an enlighter." As soon as he spoke, an astral beast descended from the sky. Its mountain-like body pressed down, and this pressure was enough to crush the entire continent. Karen's face changed. Cruiser, run. Astral beasts were not humans, and astral beasts had stronger defenses. Even if Sharon could challenge human cruisers, he did not have much confidence in facing an astral beast. Lu Yin looked up. Not bad. Sharon was confused. Cannonball. Lu Yin's face turned solemn and he soared into the sky. He faced the astral beast, raised both hands and fiercely punched out. Karen's mouth fell open. Was this guy crazy? He was actually trying to compete with an astral beast? Boom. The void trembled and almost distorted as a powerful shockwave crushed the ground. Sharon felt his breathing become sluggish as his entire body was pressed into the ground. It wasn't just him, as a large area of the continent was also crushed. When Sharon looked up, he saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Lu Yin had actually dragged down a cruiser realm astral beast and then smashed it into the horde of astral beasts like a cannonball. Lu Yin's words echoed in Karen's mind. Not bad. Not bad. So that's what he meant. Was this guy even human? How could a human be so strong? Not even a hunter could do that. Chapter 573. Lu Yin transferred all 3 grains of fates and then released all of his physical strength. This strength had once clashed with the Oolong horse. Although the horse was only an explorer, it was famous for its strength, and it was even stronger than the cruiser realm astral beast. Lu Yin wasn't even afraid of the Oolong horse, let alone the astral beast from before. He didn't know how much of a shock he had caused to Karen. He even made Karen wonder if he was cultivating in the right direction. Countless astral beasts appeared from all directions, and they were all at least Limiters. Lu Yin didn't know how the astral beast domain had so many powerful astral beasts. In the monkey's words, many astral beasts would have a certain amount of strength as long as they matured, and they didn't need to cultivate at all. Astral beasts were strong because of their innate gifts, while humans were strong because of their creativity. 3 days passed and the battle showed no signs of stopping. Sharon panted heavily and he almost couldn't hold onto the unveiled sword. Blood flowed down his shoulder and onto the back of his hand. Yesterday he had been ambushed by a cruiser realm astral beast, and if not for Lu Yin he would have died. Lu Yin had also been targeted by powerhouses over the past 3 days, but he had relied on his universal armor to withstand the attacks of several cruiser realm astral beasts. The astral beasts had given up and sent a large group of Limiters to surround Lu Yin, intending to exhaust him to death. When the battle had started, Aiden had used his thunder shield to push a hunter realm astral beast towards the continent that Lu Yin and the others were defending. When he saw that Lu Yin was safe, he pushed the hunter realm astral beast away as if they were on a vacation. Xianxia did the same. There was a loud explosion and Lu Yin, who was surrounded by countless astral beasts, turned to the east. He saw that a piece of the continent had shattered, and a giant blue crystalline beast was roaring at the sky as it grew larger. It's an amethyst beast. Strange, why would there be one here? The monkey cried out. Lu Yin stared at the shattered continent, which was where the Great Yu Empire's reinforcements had been defending. They had arrived 2 days ago, but it seemed that they were in grave danger. Seventh bro, I'm talking to you," the monkey shouted. Lu Yin suppressed his sorrow and replied, "Speak." He punched out, creating a path for the astral beasts around him, and the aftershock almost injured Sharon. "Those are amethyst beasts. There are less than 20 of them in the entire astral beast domain, and they all live in the celestial beast empire. But now that they've appeared here, something's wrong. Your stronghold is in danger. Call Aiden." "What do you mean?" Lu Yin had a bad feeling. The amethyst beast is a strange life form that's similar to a celestial centipede. No one knows how the first amethyst beast was born, but ever since ancient times, there have never been more than 30 of them. Every single one of them is very precious, and since it's here, that means that it's very confident in taking down this stronghold. Otherwise, the celestial beast empire would not have sent an amethyst beast, the monkey said solemnly. Lu Yin immediately contacted Aiden and Xianxia and asked them to come over. An intense roar shook the heavens. To the enormous Seasons Fort, this disturbance was nothing much, but it was enough to cause the continent that Lu Yin and the others were defending to collapse. The blue crystals reflected the starlight and gave off a cold feeling. It was a beast with the strength of a cruiser. "It's just a cruiser. I can deal with it," Lu Yin said. The monkey hurriedly tried to stop him. "Seventh bro, this thing can transform. Don't take the risk. Speak clearly." Lu Yin was getting impatient. Amethyst beasts have 3 forms. The first is a normal form that doesn't attract attention. The second is a blue crystal form which increases their strength by 1 level. The third is an amethyst form which increases their strength by another level. As long as these beasts reach a certain level, they're practically invincible within that level. This is because no one can break through their defenses and they're very abnormal. Lu Yin frowned as this was too troublesome. According to the monkey, the celestial beast empire was very protective of these beasts, and they would not send them out unless they had a certain level of confidence. Seasons Fort was in danger. Lu Yin relayed what he knew to Lu Zhan, as he believed that Lu Zhan would definitely relay the information to Lu Qiyu. The amethyst beast displayed its might, and the continent was collapsing. Lu Yin pulled Sharon back as he retreated, but they were still caught in the shockwaves. Sharon stared at the distant amethyst beast in shock. Its blue crystal body was exceptionally dazzling, and it had become a living target on this battlefield. However, no matter how the human powerhouses and various technological weapons attacked it, there was not a single scratch on it. Even a hunter's attack had not been able to injure it. Its defense was nearly invincible within the same realm, and it was enough to block an ordinary hunter's attack. Lu Zhan appeared and slashed at the amethyst beast's body, shattering a large portion of the blue crystal on its body. The amethyst beast howled and its body's color quickly changed to purple. A terrifying undulation spread out, shocking countless onlookers. This was the strength of a hunter. Lu Zhan was one of the top 5 powerhouses in Seasons Fort, and even though his sword had slashed at the purple crystal, he was completely unharmed. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Even the Yin Guai from before would not have been able to block Lu Zhan's attack so easily. It would have needed some time to neutralize the attack, but the amethyst beast did not seem to mind. There was a thump and Lu Zhan was sent flying by the amethyst beast's slap. Lu Yin was speechless. Every time he saw Lu Zhan, he would see the man being beaten up. Lu Zhan himself was very depressed. He had guarded Seasons Fort for so many years, and every battle had required several Hunter Realm astral beasts to stop him. After all, he had a power level of 180,000. However, things were different this time as some very powerful astral beasts had appeared, such as the Yin Guai from before and this amethyst beast. To be honest, he had not encountered such a powerful Hunter Realm astral beast for many years. Boom, boom, boom. The ground cracked open as the amethyst beast destroyed half of the land. It then looked in Lu Yin's direction and leapt up, smashing towards that half of the land. The space station was also within its attack range. Sharon pulled Lu Yin along and was about to fly into outer space when there was a loud roar as Aiden appeared. Lightning descended from the heavens, and his thunder shield grew in size as it viciously slammed into the amethyst beast. The amethyst beast was fearless, and it clashed with the thunder shield. There was a thump, and the void exploded, forming a black hole that swallowed everything. The black hole disappeared in an instant, and the deafening shockwaves caused many soldiers and cultivators to feel dizzy. It was as if the sky had been shattered. The distorted void even affected the battles in outer space. Countless people looked over as the thunder shield blocked the amethyst beast. Aiden grinned. It's actually an amethyst beast. Looks like the celestial beast empire has made a move. The amethyst beast used star energy to vibrate the air and spoke. Human, you're very strong. Aiden laughed. I've long wanted to test out the amethyst beast's invincible defense. Let's see if yours or mine is stronger. The thunder shield grew even larger as lightning crackled. The amethyst beast roared and swatted at the thunder shield with a claw. There was a boom, and the world shook as countless spatial cracks rained down. Lu Yin and Sharon dodged and looked up at the sky. This was a battle between defenders. Lu Zhan appeared and wanted to join the battle, but he was stopped by another Hunter Realm astral beast. Lu Yin and Sharon moved the battlefield. This continent was on the verge of collapse, and there was no longer any need to defend it. Even astral beasts did not appear on this continent, which meant that it was basically useless. The two passed through the space station, and Lu Yin was led by Sharon into a planet. This planet was smaller than the continent, but it had an ecological environment. It was unlike the continent from before, where one could look up and see the starry sky. This planet was connected to two continents, and this was a stronghold. The planet was similar to the continent, and there were astral beasts everywhere. There were mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and even the ocean had turned scarlet. Lu Yin and Sharon joined the battle. In outer space, the battle between the amethyst beast and Aiden gradually heated up. The amethyst beast was enraged, as it had yet to encounter a human whose defense could match its. The purple crystals on its body glowed brightly. Human, you can't beat me. Aiden's gaze turned serious. As expected of the amethyst beast. I'm going to get serious. The star energy on Aiden's body then transformed into lightning, which then transformed into a mountain. This was the Thunder Mountain technique. Immovable as a mountain, fierce as thunder. Aiden had perfectly interpreted the meaning of these words. He used the mountain's defense and the lightning's fierceness to push the amethyst beast into outer space. In the distance, Lu Chuyu, who had been observing the battle, was shocked. He seemed to have seen this technique before, but it was not from the Outerverse. Could it be from the Neoverse? Just like the first day at Season's Fort, Aiden had relied on his astonishing defense to push the amethyst beast into outer space. Countless people were excited, as this was what it meant to be hot-blooded. The amethyst beast's eyes widened. Human, you've angered me. The purple light on its body grew even brighter, and it seemed to be able to absorb the surrounding light. Following that, the purple crystals rippled like liquid, and the thunder shield was directly pushed into the amethyst beast's body, where it was absorbed. Die, human. The amethyst beast then swiped at Aiden with a claw. Aiden lost his thunder shield and was sent flying by the amethyst beast's claw. The situation had changed too quickly, and in the distance, Lu Chuyu's heart sank. This was an innate gift, and it was actually an amethyst beast with a unique innate gift. It was definitely from the Celestial Beast Empire, as they wanted to use this beast to destroy Season's Fort. Since they had dared to place the beast here, then Ironblood Fort was in danger. The amethyst beast roared and charged towards Season's Fort. Its mission was to destroy the fort, and no one could stop it. Not even that Enlighter could stop it. In terms of defense, the amethyst beast was invincible. Lu Chuyu forced back the Enlighter beast in front of him and tried to attack the amethyst beast, but he was blocked by the Enlighter beast once again. Lu Chuyu, this battle will be your final resting place. Season's Fort is finished. Lu Chuyu was anxious, as no one in the entire fort could stop the amethyst beast aside from him. No, he wasn't confident that he could stop it either. As long as the amethyst beast focused on destroying the fort, then there was nothing he could do. At this moment, Aiden, who had been sent flying, tore through the void and reappeared. His face was terrifyingly gloomy, and he tore through the void again to block the amethyst beast's path. He looked up, and purple lines gradually covered his body. Then a red light shot into the sky. This was 9-line battle force. The entire fort was shaken by the appearance of 9-lined battle force. Before this, the strongest person had only displayed 8-line battle force, but now 9-line battle force had appeared all of a sudden. Warriors had a spirit and those who loved to fight had to have integrity. This was battle force and it originated from a person's heart. It originated from the foundation of the human body and it could be used to attack, defend, break through limits, crush the heavens and tear apart the heavens. Chapter 574. Aiden raised a hand and the Thunder Mountain technique transformed into a giant Thunder Mountain. Red battle force enveloped the mountain as it slammed into the amethyst beast. The beast roared as it was forced back by the Thunder Mountain technique. Aiden's gaze turned savage. It's been a long time since I've used 9-line battle force. I've almost forgotten what it feels like. He then punched at the beast. Let's see if your defenses can withstand my 9-line battle force. The amethyst beast raised a claw and swatted at Aiden. Both sides clashed in outer space once more. Wuxia was shocked. Where had this freak come from? He had actually grasped 9-line battle force. This person's inner integrity was absolutely terrifying, and he didn't seem very old either. He would definitely become an absolute powerhouse in the future. The Enlighter Realm astral beast was depressed. Humans often produced such unpredictable geniuses, and there was nothing it could do about it. On the planet, Zhou Xian looked at outer space enviously. He saw red battle force, 9-line battle force. He only had 6-line battle force and the difference was too great. Aiden's battle force was actually 9-lined. The battle continued for another 2 days, and the most intense battles were between Aiden and the amethyst beast. Aiden's innate thunder shield had been absorbed by the amethyst beast, and it would take some time for him to reform it. However, with his 9-line battle force he was able to suppress the amethyst beast. However, the amethyst beast's defenses were truly unparalleled, and even Aiden's 9-line battle force could not break through it. At most he could shatter the crystal, but it was far too difficult to kill the amethyst beast. In the end, the battle ended and the astral beasts retreated like the tide. When the amethyst beast left, it looked at Aiden with an unwilling gaze. The end of the battle was related to their battle, and Aiden's thunder shield was about to be reformed. Once it appeared, it might not be able to hold on, so the battle had to end. The astral beast domain had originally wanted to rely on the amethyst beast to destroy Season's fort, but Season's fort had relied on Aiden's strength to turn the tide. This battle between the two had decided Season's fort's fate. After the battle, Lu Chuyu personally summoned Zhou Xian to commend him for bringing Aiden along and for his contributions to Season's fort. Zhou Xian accepted it humbly, but he also knew that Aiden would no longer have the chance to protect him. However, Lu Chuyu reassigned Hu Qingshan to Lu Yin's side in order to make him feel at ease. It was an apology for conscripting Aiden, but it was also an attempt to reassure Aiden. Zhou Xian didn't tell Lu Chuyu that he wasn't familiar with Aiden, so he gladly accepted the outcome. However, he was still considering how to rope Aiden into the Great Yu Empire, and he was starting to regret his decision. If he had known earlier, he would have changed the bet to Aiden joining the Great Yu Empire. During this battle, Lu Yin's iron blood points had risen to 2090 points. This battle had lasted longer than the previous one, but most of the people he had killed were limiters. Because he had been surrounded, he had not gained as many points as the previous battle. As for the 5 people in front of him, their points were about the same. As long as there was another battle, he could easily surpass them. He had originally thought that he would be able to rest for a few days and catch his breath, but then a piece of news reached Season's fort. It was like a slap to the face and it stunned everyone there. Ironblood Fort had fallen. While Season's fort was embroiled in war, Ironblood Fort was also embroiled in war, and it was an unprecedented war. The Astral Beast domain had sent 10 Enlighter Realm Astral Beasts to attack Ironblood Fort. Even though Night Queen Chuyu and the others had joined the fort, and there were close to 10 Enlighters, they had still suffered a crushing defeat. More importantly, even Ironblood Fort's hidden powerhouse, Clot Phoenix, who had a power level of 350,000, had died in battle. He had died under the claws of a terrifying amethyst beast and an astral beast called Monster Loach. Ironblood Fort had always been the frontmost stronghold of Ironblood Weave. As long as Ironblood Fort existed, the other 8 strongholds in Ironblood Weave would have a backbone. Ironblood Fort was like the spiritual pillar of Ironblood Weave, but at the same time, once Ironblood Fort collapsed, the other 8 strongholds would suffer an unusually large blow as well. On this day, everyone in Season's fort fell silent. They weren't happy that they had defeated the beast wave, but rather they were filled with despair. Lu Yin sat on a lone island on the planet and stared at the sky. No wonder the amethyst beast attacked Season's fort. It's actually an even more ferocious amethyst beast. Can even kill an old freak from the Phoenix family with a power level of 350,000. It's definitely a terrifying existence in the Celestial Beast Empire, and it's one of the top powerhouses of the Amethyst Beast clan. 7th bro, let's slip away. Even an old freak with a power level of 400,000 can't take down such a freak. The monkey tried to persuade him as he didn't want to wait for death. Lu Yin's heart was heavy. The Amethyst Beast's strength from the previous battle was still fresh in his mind. Even Aiden had only been able to fight it to a standstill, and that Amethyst Beast had only been a hunter. The even more terrifying Amethyst Beast had been able to kill an old freak with a power level of 350,000, especially one from the Phoenix family. This sort of pressure was very difficult to release. More importantly, this wasn't even the full strength of the Celestial Beast Empire. The Celestial Beast Empire was an enormous power that could contend with the human Innerverse, and they definitely did not lack envoys. Once such a powerhouse appeared, no one in Ironblood Weave, no in the entire Outerverse, would be able to stop them. Lu Yin couldn't see any hope or future. 7th bro, say something. Just run. No one will blame you. Ironblood Weave is about to be finished. Lu Yin's tone was gloomy. I'm a human. Where can I run to? Tell me. The monkey didn't say anything. The Outerverse that humans could survive in was already under the Astral Beast Domain's iron hooves, and no one would be able to survive. Lu Yin thought about it for a while and then shook his head. This wasn't a problem that he could solve. Right now, the most important thing for him was to break through to the Explorer realm. It had been some time since he had felt the sensation of a breakthrough, and he had a premonition that his next breakthrough wouldn't be too far away. He needed to raise his Formcast model to 6 stages as soon as possible. Now that he was reorganizing the battlefield, he shielded his right arm and found a place to hide. He then raised his hand and the die slowly began to spin. It had been a long time since he had rolled the die, and it was time for him to do it again. He tapped out with his finger and the die slowly spun before finally coming to a stop. Possession. Borrow innate gift. Lu Yin was speechless as it was useless. On his second roll, the die stopped spinning and a possession. Time stop space appeared. To prevent himself from being unable to roll a possession, Lu Yin extended the duration of the time stop space and rested for 10 days before rolling the die again. This time he rolled a possession, useless. He rested for another 10 days before rolling the die again. He had plenty of star crystals which could extend the duration of the time stop space for a long time. If he hadn't reached the critical point of breaking through to the Explorer realm, he could have reached the peak of any realm within the time stop space. The thing that he was least afraid of was competing with others in terms of time. Finally, on his 4th roll, he rolled a possession. Possession. When he saw the 2 screens appear, Lu Yin relaxed. Cultivators had to be able to endure loneliness, but if possible he didn't want to stay in this space for too long. It was too depressing. Lu Yin took out his Formcast model and tossed in 1,000 star essence without hesitation. Last time he had tossed in over 100 star essence, which had caused the Formcast model to decrease slightly. Based on the ratio, it would take at least several thousand or even tens of thousands of star essence to completely upgrade the Formcast model. The difference was too great. The results were similar to what he had expected. He had to toss in a total of 8,000 star essence before the Formcast model completely fell to the lower screen. At this moment the Formcast model changed again, becoming a little strange. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy and saw that the Formcast model contained an abnormally large number of rune lines that far surpassed what an enlighter could produce. As he touched the Formcast model, Lu Yin instantly felt a boundless power. He was astonished as this power had been raised by the die, not the emissaries. However, he could still feel the unfathomable power that the emissaries possessed. He felt more and more that his innate gift with the die was mysterious, and it was incomprehensible. Lu Yin put the Formcast model back into his body and exhaled. Now he was just waiting for a breakthrough, and he couldn't suppress the feeling of it anymore. Whether or not he could break through would depend on his luck. He still had more than 24,000 star essence left, and he couldn't afford to waste them. Lu Yin thought about it and decided that preserving his own life was more important. The gun's attack power was enough for now, and if he had to deal with an old freak whose power level exceeded 300,000, then he wouldn't have enough money to upgrade it. He might as well upgrade his universal armor instead. The universal armor had already been upgraded 9 times, and he placed it on the screen and tossed in 4,000 star essence. The 9th upgrade had cost him close to 3,000, and this time 4,000 wasn't enough. Lu Yin's heart ached as he tossed in another 1,000 star essence, but he only managed to upgrade the universal armor 10 times. He didn't need to upgrade it just once, so he gritted his teeth and tossed in 10,000 star essence. The universal armor quickly fell off and was upgraded once, but he didn't have many star essence left. He had originally wanted to upgrade it one more time, but seeing how things were going, Lu Yin silently stored the star essence away. He didn't have enough star essence left, and another upgrade would cost him at least 15,000. He only had about 13,000 star essence left, which was too ruthless. Even so, he should be able to withstand an attack with a power level of 300,000. In the entire Outerverse, there weren't many people who could withstand an attack with a power level of 300,000, and Lu Yin was one of them. The remaining star essence could only be used to upgrade one item, and that was the money bomb. At its current level, it had cost him 3,300 star essence at most to upgrade it, and it would probably cost him 5,000 to 6,000 star essence to upgrade it. The gun, on the other hand, required nearly 20,000 star essence, and he really couldn't afford to upgrade it. He took out the money bomb as he only had 2 left. One was a normal one with a power level of 100,000, and the other could instantly kill an enlighter. He tossed the money bomb that could instantly kill an enlighter onto the screen and then tossed in the remaining 13,000 star essence. The money bomb finally upgraded twice under Lu Yin's expectant gaze. The number of rune lines it contained was rather large, and it was about the same as the universal armor. In other words, this money bomb had the power to threaten a powerhouse with a power level of 300,000. Lu Yin happily stored the money bomb away and then looked at his empty cosmic ring. He had to admit that he was out of money. The money he had spent this time wasn't worth it as there were too few upgrades. The more he upgraded the armor, the more money he would need to spend. Lu Yin didn't even know how to earn more money, and he didn't even have enough to kill an enlighter. When the time-stop space's duration ran out, Lu Yin reappeared with an alarm ringing above his head. His face changed. Was war coming so soon? Chapter 575. Lu Yin flew up into the sky and cultivators appeared around him from time to time. They all had sorrowful expressions on their faces. When he looked at his gadget, Lu Yin finally understood what was going on. The remaining people from Iron Blood Fort had retreated, as they had given up on Iron Blood Fort. In other words, Seasons Fort, Giant Ghost Fort and Yellow's Oil Fort had become the front lines of the battlefield. The tragedy that had occurred at Iron Blood Fort would now occur at these 3 forts as well. For countless years, Iron Blood Fort had never been lost. The most dangerous time had been when it had been temporarily abandoned, but it had been retaken with the help of the 3 middle forts. Now the 3 middle forts did not even have the time to send reinforcements. The Astral Beast domain had transferred a lot of their strength to Iron Blood Fort. They had broken the agreement and wanted to invade the human outerverse. A group of people had disappeared from the Iron Blood points rankings, including 4 enlighters, dozens of hunters and many cruisers. Most of these people had died at Iron Blood Fort. Even 4 enlighters had died and Crow Phoenix had also died. Lu Yin could only imagine how desperate the battle had been. Iron Blood Fort's remaining forces will join the defense of the 3 middle forts. Although they've increased the fort's strength, they've also attracted the Astral Beast domain's main force. Almost 10 enlighters and an old freak with a power level of over 300,000 couldn't even defend against the Astral Beast's invasion. It'll be even harder for us to defend the 3 middle forts. Not far away, an older explorer had a downcast expression on his face, and his eyes were filled with despair. Lu Yin looked around and saw that the people around him were all like this, including himself. The entire Outerverse was facing a desperate situation. Elder Lohar had probably sent another order for reinforcements to the Outerverse, and those hidden enlighters would be forced out one by one just like Topmist. Lu Yin had not seen his name on the rankings, but as Iron Blood Weave's defenses became more and more intense, he would definitely be forced out. One day later, Seasons Fort welcomed the remnants of Iron Blood Fort's forces. Through the rune lines, Lu Yin was able to see 3 enlighters, no less than 10 hunters and many cruisers and explorers. It was impossible for Iron Blood Fort to gather all of their remaining forces at Seasons Fort, as only a third of their forces were here. Even if they tripled their strength, it would still not be enough to defend Iron Blood Fort, which made Lu Yin's mood sink. In outer space, the meteorite-like source boxes quietly floated about. These source boxes' formless killing intent and rune lines covered Seasons Fort, but Lu Yin's to see many places that did not to the rune lines. To see the holes into the source boxes' killing intent. Seeing it was one thing, but being able to fill in the gaps was another. These source boxes' danger zones were formed through the understanding of danger zones, and they were arranged in layers. One had to ensure that these source boxes would not repel each other, and they also had to ensure that the danger zones existed. Lu Yin did not have the ability to do so, and even if he was given a batch of source boxes to place in those holes, it would be useless. It would be very easy for him to cause the entire source box to become unstable. This was something that a boundless advanced lockbreaker could understand. Lu Yin found Sharon intending to ask him about the arrangement of source boxes. He wondered if Sharon would know anything about it. On Yin.S. I don't know about that. Astral SX's lockbreaker mentor didn't say anything about it either. He only said that you need to comprehend it yourself. Everyone's understanding of such a combination is different because the killing intent is ever-changing. Lu Yin pondered this. Some source boxes' killing intent could cause illusions while others could cause immediate death. Others could summon the power of their predecessors. It was indeed ever-changing, and with so many variations, it was only natural that there were countless combinations. Unfortunately, Lu Yin could not comprehend any of them. He looked up at the meteorite-like source boxes and wondered what their killing intent was. Brother Lu, you're not researching this, are you? Don't think too much about it. This is a level that even perceptive intermediate lockbreakers can't comprehend, and there's probably no one in the entire Outerverse who can comprehend it. Do you know what a boundless advanced lockbreaker represents? It represents an almighty enlighter whose power level exceeds 200,000. Once they appear, they can decide the outcome of a battle without using any lockbreaking techniques. Lu Yin suddenly looked at Sharon. How powerful is your unveiled sword? When he heard Lu Yin's question, Sharon immediately went on guard. What do you want? Lu Yin casually answered, I'm just curious. After all, it's an ancient item. Sharon remained vigilant. Divert your curiosity elsewhere. The unveiled sword is mine. Lu Yin felt helpless as he was being too vigilant. In fact, during the battle just now, Lu Yin had specifically looked at the unveiled sword's rune lines. The strange thing was that the rune lines were constantly changing, sometimes terrifyingly high and sometimes pitifully low. Regardless of how many or how few the rune lines were, Sharon had not been able to draw out any of its power. This fellow had not been able to obtain any help from the unveiled sword, which was a waste in Lu Yin's eyes. If Sharon had the unveiled sword, he could have used it again. Right, aren't you from the Timor Weave? Why have you come to Iron Blood Fort? Lu Yin asked. Sharon was helpless. After graduating from Astral 6, I came to the Dark Mist Weave to make a name for myself. Then I was called out. Lu Yin was puzzled. You were called out even with your strength? Karen's face turned ugly as he did not like hearing this. Lu Yin looked up at the sky once more. Was there any way to patch up the holes? Seasons Fort did not have any lockbreakers at that level. He could clearly see the holes, but he could not patch them up. It was truly disgusting. Sharon left, and Lu Yin had been staring at the sky for a few hours. He would not accompany him. In the distance, Xianxia looked at the shattered land and some collapsed planets with a complicated expression. He did not know if he would be able to return alive. The danger of source boxes was ever-changing and there were no fixed locations. How had those astral beasts found the holes? Lu Yin was puzzled. Could there be creatures in the astral beast domain that could see rune lines? What a pity. If these holes were fixed, then Seasons Fort could focus all of its power on those holes, which would have dealt a huge blow to the invading astral beasts. Hold on. Lu Yin suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wouldn't he be able to see them? The next time the astral beasts invaded, their route would definitely be a hole. In other words, he would be able to know their invasion route at any time. When he thought of this, Lu Yin became excited. He wanted to tell Aiden and have him contact Lu Qiyu. What's that? Lu Yin was still staring at the sky with a confused expression. He had seen a beast, and as he stared he realized that it was a beast. Was it an illusion? No, the war had arrived. The next moment an alarm rang throughout Season's fort. Xianxia's face changed and he appeared beside Lu Yin. He raised a hand, causing flames to sweep through the void. Countless technological weapons swept through the void wanderers, but they were all suppressed by an enormous strength. This was the strength of an enlighter. At the same time, within Season's fort, several extremely powerful forces rushed into outer space. They were Lu Qiyu, Feather King, Wen Kitchen, Viletree, and the other enlighters. A few enlighters also appeared amongst the invading astral beasts, and a shocking clash broke out in outer space. The amethyst beast appeared again, and Aiden appeared at the right time to block it. This time, Aiden activated his 9-lined battle force and combined it with his thunder shield to suppress the beast. The beast roared and tried to use its innate gift to absorb the thunder shield, but Aiden was already prepared, and the beast was unable to succeed. In its battle with Aiden, the amethyst beast was at a disadvantage. There were many remnant forces in Iron Blood Fort, and they even surpassed Season's fort itself. Lu Yin saw the sword sex Viletree, Lu Sanjian, and even Long Yun. He had not expected that Long Yun had not returned to the Innerverse and had instead remained in the Outerverse. Xianxia had been targeted by a Hunter Realm astral beast. He had instantly killed a large number of astral beasts, which was too eye-catching. Lu Yin was still surrounded by countless Lemeter beasts and he felt very sullen. He had discovered that anyone who had performed outstandingly in the previous battles would be targeted in the next battle. The astral beast's intelligence could not be underestimated. Suddenly, a group of cultivators appeared and helped Lu Yin block the astral beast horde that had surrounded him. "Leave this to us." Lu Yin felt that this was strange as he did not recognize these people. However, he did not think too much about it. He leaped up and charged towards the other battlefields. He struck out at an Explorer Realm astral beast and shattered it. He then targeted a Cruiser Realm astral beast. These cultivators had received Wang Wen's orders to release Lu Yin's strength. Lu Yin could clearly fight across realms and even threaten enlighters, but he was still surrounded by a horde of Lemeter beasts. Wang Wen felt that this was a waste, and with his monstrous intelligence he would not allow such a waste to occur. There were too many soldiers and cultivators on the battlefield, but no matter how many there were, they were still his chess pieces, and he wanted to use every single one of them to their fullest potential. The pass was located at the top level of Season's fort, and it was not too far away from where Lu Yin was defending. He looked up and saw that the pass was very eye-catching as powerful astral beasts constantly attacked it. However, the defenses were also very strong. Suddenly he felt a chill run down his back and he used the secret sidestep technique to dodge. The void where he had been standing had been distorted by an enormous force, and Lu Yin could see an enormous number of rune lines through his eyes. This was a Cruiser Realm Yin Guai. Without any hesitation, Lu Yin raised his hand and struck out, but the Yin Guai raised its claws and swiped at him at the same time. There was a loud bang and the void rippled. Lu Yin was forced back several steps, his eyes filled with shock. He had moved 3 grains of fates but he had still been forced back. The Yin Guai was indeed worthy of being called the Astral Beast Domain's Mavis family. The Yin Guai was not having a good time either, and it was even more shocked than Lu Yin. Not only had a human accurately pinpointed its location, but he had even suppressed it in terms of strength. It had never encountered such a situation before. "Human, are you a monster?" The Yin Guai used its star energy to vibrate the air as it spoke. Lu Yin was furious. "You're the monster." He then used the secret sidestep technique to instantly appear behind the Yin Guai. His 6-lined battle force spread out, and he pressed both of his palms against the Yin Guai's back. 30 stacks 50-fold shockwave palm. There was a boom and the Yin Guai spat out a mouthful of blood. Its body was revealed and its back had been pulverized. It had died on the spot. Lu Yin panted heavily. He constantly reminded himself that this was not planet Pyrolite, and there were no restrictions on cultivation. Freaks at the cruiser realm or even hunters could attack him at any time. Even if he was wearing his universal armor, he still had to maintain 120% of his vigilance. He did not wish to place all of his hopes on his universal armor. Otherwise, when he took it off in the future, his battle habits would take shape and that would be fatal. Chapter 576. Suddenly Lu Yin's scalp went numb and he looked up in shock. He saw rune lines that far surpassed those of Night Queen Chuyu and the others appear in the void, forming a steel-like wing that swept towards the pass. No one was able to react in time and the entire pass collapsed. All of the defenses seemed laughable in front of that wing. This was a powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000. Feather King roared, "Stop, Monster Loach." He charged towards the wing. On the other side, Viletree, Wen Kitchen and the others all attacked the wing at the same time. The wing casually flapped and their attacks were dispelled. "Even Crow was killed by me. You lot are courting death." A loud voice echoed through the heavens. Everyone heard it and their faces turned ashen. An old monster with a power level of over 300,000 had finally appeared. Lu Chuyu stared at the pass. He did not care how many people died, but he could not allow anything to happen to Wang Wen. The void split open and a giant fish-like creature appeared in front of everyone. Its enormous body covered the entire pass, and its steel-like wings swept towards the pass once more. Aiden suddenly appeared in front of the pass, his thunder shield expanding as he pushed his 9-lined battle force and Thunder Mountain technique to their limits. He roared as he charged forward. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. This idiot. With a bang, the thunder shield shattered, and Aiden was smashed into the ground like a sandbag. The wings sliced through the ruins of the pass once more and Monster Loach looked pleased. "Your iron blood weaves pillar that brat called Wang Wen is dead." Ah. Countless faces turned ashen. First it was General Fei and now it was Wang Wen. Who would be next? It would definitely be one of those enlighters as iron blood weave could not be defended. Lu Yin frowned. Where was Elder Lohar? Why hadn't he appeared? Outer space was torn apart by Monster Loach's attacks. Feather King, Wen Kitchen and Viletree could not stop it even if they worked together. A monster with a power level of over 300,000 was too terrifying, and it was on a completely different level. In the distance, a beam of light appeared and flew towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked over and was shocked. What was that? Coffin? High up in the sky, a colorless, translucent coffin-like object came crashing down towards Lu Yin. Inside the coffin lay a youth. Lu Yin dodged and the coffin smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. More beasts appeared in the surroundings, but Lu Yin did not have the time to deal with the coffin. The young man in the coffin opened his eyes not long after he hit the ground, revealing a pained expression. He pushed open the lid of the coffin and looked around. The first thing he saw was an ugly and ferocious beast which bit him. The young man was so frightened that he immediately closed the lid of the coffin. The strange beast bit down on the coffin and broke its teeth. Then it became angry and attacked the coffin non-stop. The young man's face was pale. "Help! I'm Wang Wen. Wang Wen, help me!" Lu Yin's ears twitched. Wang Wen. He looked at the bottom of the pit. Several strange beasts had rushed over to bite the coffin, but it didn't move at all. There were no signs of it being bitten. "Come quickly. Save me. I'm scared to death." The young man in the coffin kept shouting. Lu Yin appeared on top of the coffin in a flash and casually dealt with a few beasts. He then looked inside the coffin where the youth's eyes met Lu Yin's and he blinked. "Excuse me, don't point your butt at me." Lu Yin jumped down from the coffin and opened it. The young man stood up, panting heavily as he wiped his sweat. "That scared me to death. I thought I was going to be eaten." "You're Wang Wen?" Lu Yin asked. The youth nodded and smiled. "Wang Wen. You're Lu Yin, right? I've seen your information. You're a pretty good chess piece." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Chess piece. Wang Wen suddenly pointed behind Lu Yin. "There's a beast." He then quickly lay back down in the coffin, closed the lid and began to roll over. Lu Yin was speechless. This guy really was Wang Wen. He was too afraid of death. He was completely different from what others had introduced him to. The strongest beast in the area was only a cruiser, so there wouldn't be any stronger. Lu Yin quickly dealt with it. Wang Wen came out again and looked at Lu Yin in admiration. As expected of an unequaled Lemeter. Amazing. I'll confirm it again. You're Wang Wen, third on the Iron Blood list? Lu Yin asked. Second on the list, General Fei is dead. Wang Wen shrugged. His tone was relaxed and he didn't sound sad at all. Lu Yin didn't have time to care about this. Since you're Wang Wen, think about how to resolve this crisis. I've heard that you're very intelligent. Not that intelligent. I'm just a bit more intelligent than you chess pieces, Wang Wen replied modestly. Lu Yin frowned. This guy reminded him of Hai Chi-Chi, who wasn't easy to talk to. An enormous pressure descended and crushed the ground. Wang Wen's expression was pained as he looked up at the sky. Monster Loach is too scary. Go. Lu Yin was astonished. Me. Go. Of course it's your turn. Don't you have a power vessel that can instantly kill Enlighters? Go kill Monster Loach and you'll get more than 100,000 Iron Blood points. That's more than 100,000 star essence, Wang Wen enticed. Lu Yin hadn't expected Wang Wen to understand him so well, and this was exactly what he wanted. Unfortunately, he couldn't kill an old monster with a power level of over 300,000. My power vessel isn't powerful enough to kill Monster Loach. Wang Wen patted Lu Yin's shoulder. I don't plan on letting you kill it. Just scare it a little. Look, it's a fish and fish are naturally timid. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't have been stuck outside Iron Blood Fort for so many years. Go, young man, I believe in you. Lu Yin looked at Wang Wen strangely. You came here specifically to find me? Wang Wen nodded. Of course. You're a very important chess piece. I'm not anyone's chess piece. Fine, I'll pretend that you're not. Go. Lu Yin looked up at the sky as he wouldn't be fooled by Wang Wen's words into charging forward. However, Viletree and the others clearly couldn't hold on much longer, and there were still a few in lighter realm astral beasts slaughtering the humans. If they couldn't deal with Monster Loach, then Season's fort would be finished and so would Lu Yin. Where's Elder Lohar? Why hasn't he appeared? Lu Yin asked. Wang Wen was helpless. Do you think that the astral beast domain has forgotten about him? Old Lohar has already been delayed, or else Monster Loach wouldn't have dared to appear. Hurry up. If you don't act soon, everyone will die. That fish is so big that you can hit it with your eyes closed. Hurry up. It was easy for him to say, but powerhouses at this level were very sensitive to danger. As soon as they sensed danger, they would instantly disappear no matter how big the fish was, and they wouldn't have any obvious weaknesses. Lu Yin was thinking about how to hit the fish. He suddenly looked at Wang Wen. Did you use this coffin to block Monster Loach's attack? What coffin? That sounds so unpleasant. This is a life-saving item that the Hall of Honor gave me, Wang Wen said before continuing to urge Lu Yin. Has Monster Loach seen you before? Lu Yin asked. Wang Wen nodded, but then he felt that something was off. He stared at Lu Yin warily. What are you doing? Lu Yin suddenly roared, Wang Wen, run. Protect Wang Wen with your life. His voice was especially loud as he was using all of his physical strength. His voice pierced through Season's fort and appeared in outer space, attracting the attention of many people. At the same time, it also attracted Monster Loach's attention. Viletree was swatted away by Monster Loach's tail, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked down with a pale face. Who would be so stupid as to expose Wang Wen's tracks? Lu Chuyu, Feather King, Wen Kitchen and the others all cursed at the same time. They knew that Wang Wen had a life-saving item, and they weren't worried about him being killed by Monster Loach. However, if Monster Loach discovered him, then things would be different. Even if Wang Wen couldn't be killed, he could still be taken away. Monster Loach heard them and its giant eyes looked down. It saw Wang Wen through space. You're not dead. I'll send you on your way. It then swept its wings downwards. Wang Wen was so frightened that his face turned green. He immediately closed the coffin and glared at Lu Yin. You won't have a good death, brat. Lu Yin was wearing his universal armor as he watched the countless beasts charge towards him. In outer space, a pair of wings descended. This was Monster Loach and no one could stop it from attacking. Lu Yin took out his gun and fired a shot, causing a loud bang. He was currently sitting on the coffin with his butt facing Wang Wen. If Monster Loach wanted to kill Wang Wen, then it would have to kill Lu Yin as well. Lu Yin's attack would definitely be able to hit Monster Loach. Based on Wang Wen's description of Monster Loach's temperament, This old fellow was very vigilant and would definitely be on guard against Lu Yin. This was also why Lu Yin had fired. The shot landed on Monster Loach's wings and tore open a crack, causing Monster Loach to tremble. Lu Yin had actually managed to injure it slightly, but it wasn't enough. A puny limiter could unleash such a terrifying attack. It was no wonder why Lu Yin had dared to attract Monster Loach's attention. Unfortunately, he had underestimated a powerhouse with a power level of 300,000. Monster Loach thought that Lu Yin's previous attack was Lu Yin's limit, and it wasn't the only one who thought so. It was inconceivable for a limiter to be able to injure Monster Loach, but that was all there was to it. Wang Wen despaired. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have sought out this brat. He had wanted Lu Yin to launch a sneak attack, such as hitting Monster Loach's eyes or something. This brat had been able to kill 3 Enlighters, so he definitely had a way to hit Monster Loach. But who would have known that this brat was so rash? How could he attract Loach's attention? Monster Loach was basically using Monster Loach as bait. It's over, it's over. Countless eyes widened. Anyone could die but not Wang Wen. But at this moment no one could stop Monster Loach. Monster Loach's wings descended and completely covered the void. Even Elder Viletree and the others could not stop it. Lu Yin raised his left hand and a money bomb appeared in his palm. He had seen Monster Loach's rune lines and they were about the same as this money bomb. This attack would be something that Monster Loach would never forget for the rest of its life. A beam of light shot out from the money bomb, and under countless shocked gazes, it pierced through the wings and into Monster Loach's body. It then shot into outer space and destroyed a part of it. At this moment, Season's fort was completely silent, and everyone stared at the scene in a daze. Following that, Monster Loach's anguished wails echoed throughout Season's fort, and its giant eyes glared at Lu Yin with hatred and fear. Lu Yin leisurely took out another money bomb and aimed it at Monster Loach. Monster Loach roared and everyone thought that it was about to flip out. However, it slipped away and completely disappeared. Only a large amount of blood was left behind, which was Monster Loach's blood. No one had expected a powerhouse with a power level of 300,000 to slip away just like that. Lu Yin's attack had succeeded, which shocked everyone and all the astral beasts present. Chapter 577. The human cultivators roared in excitement. Not long after, the battle ended, and all of the astral beasts retreated like a receding tide. This battle had started quickly and ended just as quickly. The one who had ended it all was Lu Yin. Lu Chuyu and the rest stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. A limiter had ended the battle and forced Monster Loach to retreat. It seemed like a fantasy, but it had actually happened. No one dared to believe it. Aiden walked out of the rubble, similarly shocked by Lu Yin's ability. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin excitedly. This was the Great Yu Empire's royal regent. He always had methods that others could not imagine. Lu Zhan, Long Yun and the rest all looked at Lu Yin. At this moment Lu Yin was the focal point of all of Season's fort. Viletree and Wen Kitchen had complicated expressions. They had originally disliked this kid as he had offended too many people during the battle on planet Pyrolite. But now they could not help but thank him. Without him, their chances of surviving this battle would have been very slim. There was a thump as Wang Wen pushed open the coffin lid and looked at Lu Yin excitedly. Haha, you actually forced Monster Loach to retreat. Amazing. You're worthy of being my chess piece. Not bad at all. Huh. Lu Yin let out a long breath and put away his universal armor with a bitter smile. Defeating Monster Loach had cost him the money bomb that he had spent so much effort to upgrade. It had cost him more than 10,000 star essence to upgrade it, but it had been used up in one shot. Lu Yin did not know how many iron blood points he would gain from this battle, but he hoped that he would not lose out. After all, he had not killed Monster Loach. Hey chess piece bro, you don't seem happy. You've made history and barely managed to stand on the same level as me. As a limiter, you can still influence the battle. Although you relied on external items, there's nothing wrong with that. You can still be recorded in history. Wang Wen was very excited and patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Lu Yin grinned. After this battle, what do you think my position will be in the eyes of the astral beast domain? Wang Wen rolled his eyes. Although you won't be as good as me, you'll be about the same. Anyone who can influence the battle, even if they're trash, will be killed by the astral beasts. Speaking of which, you're already on the Celestial Vanquishers list, so what are you afraid of? Lu Yin was speechless. Seventh bro, I feel like you've been tricked by this guy. As a Lemeter, you're even more dazzling, the monkeys said. Lu Yin glanced at the excited Wang Wen. That was not the case. Even if it was not Wang Wen, he would still think of a way to make a move. He understood this principle. He was a human and would not give up on righteousness because of his own selfish desires. Once this war was lost, even if he survived, he would only be a stray dog. But for some reason, seeing Wang Wen so excited and smug made him think that he was the one who had defeated Monster Loach, which made Lu Yin very unhappy. Let's go chess piece bro. Let's go inside and have a chat. Wang Wen happily pulled Lu Yin along. Lu Yin turned to leave. I'm busy. I need to rest. Wang Wen shouted, let's drink. War is cruel, so drink a cup to boost your courage. I'm not as cowardly as you. Lu Yin waved his hand and left. Wang Wen rolled his eyes and muttered, I told you not to point your butt at me. Lu Yin had changed the course of a desperate battle, and he had obtained more iron blood points than he had expected. Iron blood points could not only be obtained from killing astral beasts, but also from all sorts of contributions such as inventing new weapons, making suggestions to strengthen a stronghold's defenses and so on. All of these could increase one's iron blood points. Lu Yin's role in this battle had allowed him to obtain 30,000 iron blood points, which allowed him to jump into the top 10 of the rankings. Killing an Enlighter realm astral beast only gave him 20,000 iron blood points, but Lu Yin had directly obtained 30,000. This was enough to show his contribution to this battle. Lu Yin excitedly stared at the rankings as he was one of the only 2 people in the top 10 who were not Enlighters. The rest were all Enlighters. General Fei had died in battle, but Leng Jia was still ranked 10th. She had 29,000 iron blood points, so the gap between them was very small. Lu Yin's gaze moved up. The Enlighters ranked above him might not have killed Enlighter realm astral beasts, but they had definitely killed many astral beasts over a long period of time, which was why they were ranked so high. In terms of the number of Enlighters he had killed, Lu Yin dared to say that no one in Iron Blood Weave could compare to him. He had killed 3 Enlighters. It was not that Enlighters were easy to kill, as any Enlighter was not easy to deal with. However, Lu Yin's strength as a Lemeter was too easy to overlook. When combined with progenitor Wuxiang's hide, the secret art, or even bait like Wang Wen, he had spent a huge sum of money to increase the power of his weapons. He was like a child who had used a gun to kill an adult. This was why many people said that intelligence was more important than strength. 32,000 iron blood points was equivalent to 32,000 star essence. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he had money again. Right, he wondered if Season's Fort had that many star essence for him to exchange for. With this worry in mind, Lu Yin contacted Wang Wen. Wang Wen had specially given Lu Yin his contact details, saying that it would make it easier to contact him. In the monkey's words, Wang Wen was looking for someone to carry his bag. Chess piece bro, you've contacted me so quickly. Why? Do you want to listen to my great wisdom? Wang Wen asked happily. Lu Yin looked at the annoying face on the screen and replied, I want to exchange my iron blood points for star essence. Does Season's Fort have that many? Wang Wen replied, of course. Don't underestimate Iron Blood Weave. Countless resources from the outerverse and innerverse are gathered here, and the star essence can be piled up into a mountain. But have you thought about it carefully? Do you want to exchange for it now? Lu Yin thought about it. Right away. Wang Wen was not surprised. Based on his understanding of Lu Yin, this person loved money as much as his life. Although he did not know the reason, it should be related to his background. Speaking of which, Lu Yin seemed to have been brought to the Great Yu Empire from Earth. Wang Wen flipped through the information on Earth and his eyes flashed. Lu Yin did not know where Season's Fort's Star Essence warehouse was located, but the 30,000 star essence had been given to him by a cultivator. He was rather excited as he now had money again. He had exchanged his points too quickly, and his name had only been in the top 10 of the Iron Blood rankings for a very short period of time. No one had noticed, and all the major forts were in a state of war, so no one had the time to check. Otherwise, it would have definitely shaken Iron Blood Weave. Lu Yin did not know if it was the excitement brought about by the money, but for the 3rd time he felt as if he was about to break through. Lu Yin's mind raced and he sat down cross-legged to recite the Stonewall scriptures. He had to suppress this feeling as much as possible, as he was not confident that he could break through. Suppressing the feeling of breaking through was very difficult. In the monkey's words, it was like constipation, but Lu Yin had no choice. If he failed to break through, it would be a huge blow to him. After a full half an hour, Lu Yin finally exhaled and looked at his hands. He had finally suppressed it. He had thought that he would not be able to suppress the feeling of breaking through again, but this was definitely the last time. If he faced such a situation again, he would not be able to suppress it. Lu Yin did not know if an enlighter could help him break through, which gave him a headache. He suddenly thought of something and immediately contacted Wang Wen. "Chess piece bro, what's up?" Wang Wen beamed. Lu Yin asked, "Can you transfer Wendy Yushan to Season's fort? With her secret technique, my attacks can hit any powerhouse." Wang Wen sighed. "Just talking about it makes me angry. Who would be so stupid as to separate the two of you? The two of you are practically invincible when it comes to sneak attacks against powerful astral beasts, but you were actually separated." "Then transfer her over," Lu Yin said. Wang Wen was helpless. "I can't transfer her over. Ironblood Fort has been lost and the rest of the forts have been completely isolated. The three middle forts have been completely separated, and the astral beasts are also afraid of our three forts joining forces. You can just give up on that idea." Lu Yin was disappointed. "Right, where's Elder Lohar?" Wang Wen was puzzled. "Why are you asking about him?" "Nothing. I'm just asking. After all, he didn't appear in the previous battle. Elder Lohar is dealing with that amethyst beast. That thing's defenses are too strong, and aside from Elder Lohar, no one else can stop it. If not for that amethyst beast, that old guy from the Phoenix family wouldn't have died." "Do you really think that he died at Monster Loach's hands?" "It's just bragging," Wang Wen said. After ending the call with Wang Wen, Lu Yin put down his gadget. Humans were the best at hiding, and the Hall of Honor definitely had people hidden in the Outerverse. Since that was the case, would the three Dark Hands have people as well? He recalled that there were several Neo-Human Alliance strongholds, but those strongholds only had hunters at most. There were no enlighters at all. Against the Astral Beast domain, which could resist the Innerverse, even if these organizations had hidden people, it would be useless. They would still have to rely on themselves. Lu Yin looked up at the meteorite-like source box and tried to think of a way to fill in the gaps. 2 days later, another battle broke out. This time Monster Loach did not appear, but there were 2 more Enlighter Realm astral beasts, and one of them had targeted Lu Yin. Lu Yin felt like he had seen a ghost. He had been chasing after a cruiser realm astral beast when the void in front of him tore apart and his body was sent flying. He was unable to resist it all, and his eyes filled with star energy. He was given a fright when he saw a spider-like monster covered in threads charging towards him. Its majestic rune lines were no less than Lei Long's or Karthika's. It was an Enlighter Realm astral beast. Lu Yin did not even think about escaping, but his legs were entangled by the threads. This spider monster had a human face and it was extremely disgusting. It pulled Lu Yin over with a sinister smile. Lu Yin raised his gun and fired, but he missed. His gun was no longer a secret and an enlighter could easily dodge it. Just as he was about to be swallowed by the spider monster, words appeared in front of him and trapped it within. This was the literary prison. The Wen clan's inherited battle technique literary prison had an incomparably tenacious sealing power. Forming a literary prison required at least 28 words, and the number of words that trapped the spider monster was 89. It was even more than what Wen Sansi had used to seal Yao Gu. The spider monster roared and frantically attacked the literary prison. When Kitchen appeared and glanced at Lu Yin. "Let's go." Lu Yin immediately fled, but before he could get very far, a terrifying pressure slammed down on him. When Kitchen's face changed and he immediately acted. However, the literary prison shattered and the spider monster appeared. Its threads wrapped around Wen Kitchen, who quickly turned around to face it. He could only watch as Lu Yin was blasted into the ground by its terrifying strength. Chapter 578. High up in the sky, another Enlighter Realm astral beast appeared. Lu Yin's performance in the previous battle had been too dazzling, And he was also the strongest human Lemeter on the Celestial Vanquishers list. The Astral Beast Domain wanted to kill him, and they wanted to kill him even more than they wanted to kill Lu Qiu. Lu Yin was blasted into the ground, but he had the Universal Armor's protection. Aside from feeling a little dizzy, he was completely fine. The Enlighter Realm Astral Beast stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. It had never thought that a Lemeter would be able to withstand its attack. Even a hunter should not have been able to do so. Lu Yin looked up and met the Astral Beast's gaze. He was panting heavily. "Seventh bro, it's over. You've been targeted, and there will definitely be Enlighter Realm Astral Beasts attacking you in future battles. It's over." The monkey wailed. With a bang, the Enlighter Realm Astral Beast that had attacked Lu Yin was sent flying by a giant thunder shield. Aiden appeared and looked at Lu Yin. He relaxed when he saw that Lu Yin was fine, and he stared into the distance before disappearing. 2 more Enlighter Realm Astral Beasts from the Astral Beast Domain were attacking Season's fort. One of them was targeting Wang Wen while the other was targeting Lu Yin. The Enlighter Realm Astral Beasts could not do anything to Wang Wen, as that guy would hide in his coffin whenever he encountered any danger. No, as long as a battle broke out, that guy would hide in his coffin and would only appear after the battle ended. Furthermore, there were too many people protecting him, and even more disgusting was that he would disappear most of the time and no one could find him. Thus, Lu Yin had become a live target, and he had attracted the attention of 2 Enlighter Realm Astral Beasts. For several hours, Lu Yin was continuously chased down. The 2 Enlighters took turns attacking him, and even when Kitchen could not withstand their attacks, Lu Yin cursed inwardly. After this battle, he wanted to apply for a transfer to one of the lower 5 strongholds so that he would not be targeted like this. He had barely managed to avoid the attacks of the 2 Enlighters, but now a Hunter Realm Astral Beast had appeared in front of him. Fortunately, Xianxia had arrived in time to rescue him. Otherwise, even if the Astral Beast could not defeat him, that Hunter Realm Astral Beast would have tried to drag him away. Lu Yin finally understood why Wang Wen had disappeared without a trace. The Astral Beast could not defeat him, but it could still take him away. With Xianxia's protection, Lu Yin did not have to worry about the Hunter Realm Astral Beasts attacking him. He looked up into space and his pupils shrank. He saw an Enlighter Realm Astral Beast's rune lines continuously dissipating at a rapid rate. Before long, the rune lines had completely disappeared. An Enlighter had died. Lu Yin didn't know who it was. Perhaps it was a human, or perhaps it was a beast. "Not good, it's coming again. Your Highness, run." A day later, in a corner of the battlefield, Xianxia tossed Lu Yin away. In the distance, the spider monster tore through the void and severed Xianxia's right arm before attacking Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression changed as he watched Xianxia fall into the ground, his fate unknown. He wanted to flee, but with his speed, it was impossible for him to escape an Enlighter's attack. The threads instantly bound his right arm, and if not for his universal armor, his arm would have been torn apart just like Xianxia's. A huge force pulled him back and he scanned his surroundings. There were no Enlighters around, but where was Wen Kitchen? Where's Aiden? No one could save him. He gritted his teeth and took out his pistol to aim at the spider monster. The spider monster bared its fangs and its huge body suddenly became illusory. It was in between reality and illusion and could escape into the void at any time. Lu Yin was helpless as he could not deal with it. It seemed that he would have to wait until it was close enough to use the large piece of progenitor Wuxiang's hide to stun it. 7th bro poison. Elder Wu's poison. The monkey cried out. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he retrieved a bottle of Elder Wu's poison from his cosmic ring. The threads quickly pulled him towards the spider monster. Along the way, the threads continuously cut through his universal armor, but he remained unscathed. The spider monster was astonished. "Human, your armor isn't bad. Take it off and I'll spare your life." Lu Yin sneered. "Do you think I'm an idiot?" The spider monster let out an ear-piercing laugh. "Then I'll trap you under my belly forever and let you watch as I eat people and spit out their remains." Lu Yin's face paled. If that was really the case, then he might as well die. The spider monster did as it said, and the threads bound Lu Yin under its round belly. His hands, in particular, were wrapped in layers of threads, making it impossible for him to retrieve his gun. Lu Yin's gaze turned vicious, and he crushed the bottle with a bang. The poison flowed through the armor and into the threads and then into the spider monster's body. The spider monster did not notice the poison at first, and it leapt into the void to attack a hunter. However, suddenly, a howl filled the heavens, and the spider monster retracted its threads and released Lu Yin. A large portion of the poison under its round belly had already disappeared. Lu Yin was horrified by what he saw, as there were several bottles of poison that had rune lines close to Karthika's. The bottle that he had just taken out was one of them. The spider monster was a newly advanced enlighter, and its rune lines were lower than Karthika's. Once the poison entered its body, it would suffer a fate worse than death. "Human, what did you put on my body?" The spider monster howled in rage as it tumbled through the heavens. Lu Yin did not answer. He raised his gun and aimed at the spider monster, but it suddenly vanished. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity that he had not been able to kill it. In the distance, the hunter looked at Lu Yin in shock. A Lamiter had actually defeated an enlighter, and in such a miserable manner at that. This completely overturned his understanding of the world. Beep 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 beep. His gadget beeped and Lu Yin looked at it. His expression changed and he immediately rushed towards the stronghold. "Everyone in front of the stronghold, retreat immediately. Pyrolite will be detonated in 1 minute. Everyone in front of the stronghold, retreat immediately. Pyrolite will be detonated in 1 minute." This was a message that Wang Wen had sent out to everyone in Season's Fort. Lu Yin did not have time to think about how Season's Fort had pyrolite. He just wanted to return to the stronghold as quickly as possible. There would definitely be a lot of pyrolite detonated at this time. He had been brought into outer space by the spider monster, and there was still some distance between him and the stronghold. Even with the monkey's help, it was not realistic for him to reach the stronghold in less than a minute. Fortunately, there was a hunter beside him who grabbed him and tore through the void. A minute later, the heavens were distorted as rune lines that far surpassed an enlighter's erupted in outer space. It was a shocking sight. Lu Yin stood within the stronghold and stared at outer space. Soon, a berserk gale assaulted him and the many planets and continents that made up the stronghold trembled. Tsunamis erupted and volcanoes rumbled. He could clearly see the terrifying explosions, but he could not hear anything. All he knew was that everything around him had been distorted, and Lu Yin did not know how large the area was. After a while, everything returned to normal. The battle had ended. Lu Yin bent over and supported his knees with his hands as he panted heavily. This battle had been extremely difficult for him, as he had been chased by an enlighter realm astral beast. In the end, if not for Elder Wu's poison, he would have been captured and sent to the astral beast domain. That was a truly desperate situation, and he could not imagine what he would have gone through. This battle was over, but what about the next one? He would still become a must-kill in the astral beast domain. Not good. Xianxia. Lu Yin's expression changed and he rushed over to where Xianxia had fallen. When he saw the heavily injured Xianxia, Lu Yin hurriedly applied some of Shamrock Enterprises' special medicine on him and then brought him to a treatment warehouse. Season's Fort did not lack medical treatment, and Xianxia's arm had only been torn off. With the current medical technology, it would be easy to reattach it. Fortunately, Lu Yin had found the arm. Aiden arrived and he only relaxed when he saw that Lu Yin was fine. "Sorry, I was entangled by an enlighter realm astral beast." Lu Yin nodded. "It wasn't easy for you to withstand an enlighter realm astral beast's attack. It's good that you survived." Of all the people from the Great Yu Empire who had come to reinforce Season's Fort, only the 3 of them had survived. Lu Yin had not been able to protect the others. It was no wonder why Lohar had used his status as a member of the Hall of Honor to force the various weaves to send reinforcements. Otherwise no one would have come. This was a black hole of death, and even explorers and cruisers could not protect themselves, including hunters. "Feather King is dead," Aiden said in a low voice. Lu Yin's heart trembled and his heart sank. Feather King was Night Feather King, and he was a powerhouse from the Night King clan. He had been guarding Iron Blood Fort for many years and had never left. Although Lu Yin did not like the Day-Night clan, Feather King was worthy of respect. An enlighter had died just like that, and his name would disappear from the Iron Blood rankings. It's precisely because of Feather King's death that Lu Qiyu and the others couldn't hold on any longer. Wang Wen had Wen Kitchen detonate an extremely compressed substance called pyrolite. There were more than 50 grams of it and it killed countless astral beasts. Unfortunately, none of the Enlighter realm astral beasts died, and they fled too quickly, Aiden explained. It was no wonder why when Kitchen had not stopped the spider monster. He had gone to detonate the pyrolite. Luin was puzzled. Why is there pyrolite here? Aiden was astonished. You know. He had been locked up in his own prison all this time, and he was not aware of what had happened in the outside world. He did not even know about undying Yushan's death and no one had told him about it. Luin briefly explained the pyrolite situation and Aiden replied, according to what you've said, the Innerverse's great powers haven't given up on searching for pyrolite. It's been more than half a year since the Sea King snatched pyrolite, so it's normal for them to have found some. Luin suddenly thought of something and immediately checked the rankings. He saw that when Kitchen's iron blood points had jumped to 7th place, and he guessed that the pyrolite had probably belonged to the Wen family and had been forced to contribute it. Since when Kitchen had pyrolite, then the sword sect should have some as well. Either they had used it all in this battle or they still had some left. This gave Luin some confidence and he began to think about how he could obtain some pyrolite to upgrade himself. Although the pyrolite explosion had not killed the Enlighter realm astral beast, it had still caused great damage to the other astral beasts. After all, it had been an explosion with a power level in the hundreds of thousands. Thus, there were no battles for the next 4 days. Xianxia reconnected his severed arm on the 2nd day, and his injuries had recovered significantly. The special medicines in Lu Yin's cosmic ring had all been stolen from Enlighters, and their effects were far better than the average ones. Over the next few days, Luin had been constantly looking at the rankings, and only when he saw that Wendy Yushan's name was on the list did he know that she was fine. It could not be helped, as the battle in Iron Blood Weave had been too intense, and there was no way to communicate with her through gadgets. Their signals had been cut off by the astral beasts, and aside from the battle system's rankings which could be updated at any time, everything else that required communication had been cut off. The astral beasts did not stop the various strongholds from looking at the Iron Blood Points rankings, as it was a double-edged sword. If the humans held the advantage, then the rankings would boost their morale, but if the humans were at a disadvantage, then the rankings would only cause the other strongholds to feel even more despair. It was obvious that the astral beasts held the advantage and they wanted everyone to stare at the rankings. The more they looked at it, the more despair they would feel. Their intelligence could not be underestimated. Chapter 579. Ryan Merck's name was gone, which meant that he was dead. The rest of the Great Yu Empire's cultivators who had been sent to reinforce Yellow's oil fort were also gone. It had only been a few days but so many of the reinforcements had died. If the Great Yu Empire had been left to defend the fort, they wouldn't have been able to last even an hour. This also showed how terrifying the astral beast domain was. If Iron Blood Weave was broken, the human outerverse would be flooded with blood. Luin had obtained quite a few iron blood points from this battle, not because he had killed his enemies, but because he had delayed them for so long. Even the spider monster had been delayed for so long, which had given him over 1,000 iron blood points. Previously he had exchanged his iron blood points for star essence, which had caused him to drop from 10th place to the top hundreds. Now that he had gained over 1,000 points, he had climbed up another 100 ranks. Luin contacted Sharon and the two of them lay down on a cliff on a planet. Sharon had brought some wine. Sharon was injured and his injuries were not light. He was not in a better state than Xianxia. I almost died, really just a little bit more. That beast's claws were a little off and my head would have been gone, Sharon said with lingering fear. He then gulped down a mouthful of wine. Luin did the same. The best thing about a battlefield like this is that alcohol isn't banned. We're not normal people. We cultivators can force the alcohol out of our bodies at any time. It won't affect our battle. You said you almost died. What did you think of at that moment? Sharon fell silent. Luin was confused. Your sister-in-law? Karen's expression changed and he hurriedly covered Lu Yin's mouth. Someone behind him exclaimed, Sister-in-law? Bro, you're thinking of your sister-in-law? Sharon turned around and stared blankly at Wang Wen, who had appeared out of nowhere. His gaze gradually turned savage. Wang Wen was frightened and he quickly took out a coffin and jumped in. Lu Yin was speechless. He's Wang Wen, the one ranked second on the Iron Blood rankings. Sharon blinked, but then his face turned ashen. Someone else knew his secret. Wang Wen observed Sharon for a while, and only after confirming that he would not attack him did he slowly climb out of the coffin. It's cool here. Do you guys want to come? Lu Yin rolled his eyes. What are you doing here? Wang Wen sat down beside Lu Yin and looked at Sharon warily. He took a sip of Lu Yin's wine. I'm tired. Relaxing. Lu Yin snatched the bottle back. You can't drink. Keep your head clear. Don't look at me like immortal chess pieces. Even if I'm drunk, my IQ is still much higher than yours, laughed Wang Wen. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This fellow was asking for a beating. Bice. Sharon looked at Lu Yin and Wang Wen strangely, feeling as if he had discovered some sort of secret. Wang Wen nodded. Yes, the chess pieces. Wives. Quarren repeated again. Lu Yin couldn't take it anymore and slapped Sharon. Don't force yourself to think. He's talking about chess. In his eyes, you and I are chess pieces, so he calls us chess pieces. Karen was disappointed. The secret was gone. Cheers, chess pieces, Wang Wen said arrogantly as he tried to snatch Lu Yin's wine. Since Wang Wen couldn't take it, he went for Karen's. Sharon didn't dare to retaliate as Wang Wen's status in Iron Blood weave was too high. Sharon was a little afraid, and his secret had been discovered by Wang Wen. Brother, you're really something. First, you injured Monster Loach and then you forced the spider monster to retreat. You're worthy of being a Lemeter and my cutest chess piece. Ah. Wang Wen was drunk and started babbling nonsense. Sharon wasn't much better off and he collapsed on the ground while mumbling a name. Lu Yin maliciously guessed that it was his sister-in-law. The three drank more than 10 bottles of wine, but they hadn't forced the alcohol out of their system, so it was normal for them to be drunk. Lu Yin was also a little dizzy, but his alcohol tolerance was much better than the other two. He listened to Wang Wen's words and asked, "Why is your surname Wang? Why is your surname Lu?" Wang Wen asked. Lu Yin waved his hand. "You're drunk." Wang Wen clicked his tongue. "Drunk? Impossible, my IQ is unparalleled." "Trash, submit." "Trash? Why did that sound so familiar?" Lu Yin was certain that he had heard it somewhere before. "Let me ask you a question. Have you heard of the Primeval Surname Alliance?" Lu Yin asked softly as he stared at Wang Wen. Wang Wen immediately collapsed. He was drunk. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. This guy wasn't faking it, he really was drunk. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the source box, his eyes filled with star energy. If he could patch up these holes, then he would be able to effectively deal with the astral beast. Unfortunately, no one had been able to do so. Wait a minute, Lu Yin remembered that he had considered this before. Right, there was no need to patch up the holes. As long as he knew the astral beast's invasion route, he would be able to concentrate all of his attacks. He had considered this before, but with the advent of war, his train of thought had been disrupted. Now he remembered it again. He slapped Wang Wen's head, startling him awake. "Help, hurry up and save me." Wang Wen screamed as he subconsciously pulled out a coffin and jumped inside. Lu Yin was speechless. Just how afraid was this guy? After a while, Wang Wen finally saw his surroundings and met Lu Yin's gaze. He froze for a few seconds before cursing out loud. Lu Yin rubbed his ears. "I can see the holes in the source box's danger zones. As long as I can pinpoint their locations, then I'll be able to deal the most effective damage to the astral beasts at the start of the war." Wang Wen jumped out of the coffin and grabbed Lu Yin's hand. He sincerely said, "Brother, we'll become good friends." Wang Wen used his authority to send a star chart to everyone in Season's fort, especially the space-exploring powerhouses. He had Lu Yin constantly update the star chart with the locations of the holes in the source box's danger zones, so that everyone could aim at those locations and be prepared to attack at any time. Lu Yin's eyes easily pinpointed the locations of the holes. These holes would change every once in a while, so the fort could not accurately pinpoint the astral beast's invasion routes. However, Lu Yin could. Every once in a while, everyone in Season's fort would realize that the locations they needed to aim at would change 7 or 8 times a day. At first, everyone was impatient as they did not know what to do with those locations. However, 2 days later, countless void wanderers appeared at those holes. Under Wang Wen's orders, all sorts of technological weapons and space-exploring powerhouses focused their attacks on those locations. The invading Void Wanderers were unlucky as many of them were wiped out in one go. The war that had just arisen disappeared in the blink of an eye. Without the Void Wanderers to pave the way, the astral beasts could not reach Season's fort, which meant that they could not start the war. Season's fort cheered and so did Wang Wen. They no longer had to be on tenterhooks and they could now predict the attack routes in advance. This battle was the shortest one in Iron Blood Weave's history, and it lasted less than 2 minutes. However, the results were astonishing. The number of Void Wanderers was not limitless, and after destroying one batch, the Astral Beast domain would have to prepare another batch if they wanted to invade, which would take a very long time. Everyone had thought that Iron Blood Fort would collapse and that the humans would be in dire straits, but they had never imagined that they would be able to easily defeat the invading astral beasts. To the countless people in Season's fort, this was a huge boost to their morale. Lu Yin's contributions were confirmed, and he was awarded 10,000 Iron Blood points. This was even more than what Wen Kitchen had achieved by detonating Pyrolite. Wen Kitchen's detonation of Pyrolite could only be considered a battlefield contribution, but Lu Yin's was a strategic contribution. Not only had he repelled the Astral Beast's invasion, but he had also bought time for Season's fort, and they would gain even more time in the future unless the Astral Beasts managed to break through the danger posed by the source boxes. Lu Yin's sudden contributions allowed him to enter the top 20 of the rankings. Even a hunter would find it difficult to obtain 10,000 Iron Blood points, so it was normal for Lu Yin to enter the top 20 with 13,000 Iron Blood points. At Yellow's Oil Fort, the land that was on the verge of collapse collapsed with a wave of Granny Chan's hand, but it quickly reformed. The void split open and Night Queen Chuyu walked out with a grave expression. Elder Shuang's injuries are too severe, and he might not be able to participate in the next battle. Granny Chan frowned. We've lost another Enlighter. Right now Yellow's Oil Fort only has 2 Enlighters left, and there are at least 4 invading Enlighter beasts. We won't be able to stop them. Graceful Featherflight and Duke Blackhawk can barely stop one Enlighter. Leave the other one to me. Night Queen Chuyu's tone was fierce. Granny Chan was astonished. You want to deal with 2 beasts? I'll give it a try. Night Queen Chuyu looked up at the sky helplessly. If possible, no one would be willing to take the risk, but this was a risk that could not be avoided. Otherwise, the entire Yellow's Oil Fort might be lost, and they would become the sinners of humanity. The Night King clan would not bear such a sin. Below, on a planet, a cold-faced woman was looking at her gadget. Her gaze was fixed on a name on the Iron Blood Points rankings. Lu Yin. Others might not have noticed, but she did. She was Sister Ling and she was ranked 10th on the Iron Blood Points rankings. This name had surpassed her for a short period of time, but then it had disappeared. She had thought that this person had died, but now he had entered the top 20. Once an Iron Blood Point was exchanged, it could not be changed. This meant that this person had surpassed her in points and entered the top 10. Then he had exchanged his points for Iron Blood Points. Now in just a few days he had entered the top 20 again. This person was only a Lemeter, so how had he done it? Iron Blood We've had a Lemeter who had entered the top 3. Wang Wen. That person's intelligence was almost monstrous, and Sister Lung was convinced of that. But how had this person done it? Although he was known as an unequaled Lemeter, even the strongest Lemeter could not obtain so many Iron Blood Points in such a short period of time unless he had killed an Enlighter Realm Astral Beast. Sister Ling put down her gadget and fell into deep thought. It was rumored that this person had killed 3 Enlighters after the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated. It seemed that the rumors were true, and this person had an extremely powerful power vessel. However, Wendy Yushan was here and this person could not use any secret techniques. How could he have killed Enlighters? Iron Blood Weave was not completely ignorant of the happenings in the Outerverse. Many people knew that Lu Yin and Wendy Yushan had teamed up to kill Enlighters, and Sister Lung was no exception. But now, Lu Yin had single-handedly obtained so many Iron Blood Points that even Enlighters would find difficult to obtain in such a short period of time. He could not understand this. In another corner of Yellow's Oil Fort, Puyu's expression was extremely ugly as he stared at Lu Yin's name on the rankings. This bastard was becoming more and more brilliant. It was a pity, as it would have been great if he had taken the risk and killed Lu Yin. This bastard had killed Elder Wu and left Darkstar Gorge without a leader. Puyu would definitely take revenge. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.